they're all doing the same thing. Right. And the modular that he mentioned, as we had on this program, that I was shocked, as a matter of fact, as to when the stakeholders are saying that it is easier and cheaper for them to produce diesel than any other byproduct of crude oil. And so what is now the essence of modular refinery? If you can't even get fuel, they may have the capacity to produce all of that, but then they're based on diesel, what is cheaper and of what is higher in the market.
That would be their priority.
Bayo, I will just throw in this. Sometimes let's try to get an indication of where the rain started to beat us. We're talking about the scandals involving the maintenance of our refineries.
We call it turnaround maintenance.
Now this is one of the issues that you have to blame the Nigerian elite class for. Those who believe that every time you have to hammer. There was a time when the biggest scam in town was to be involved in turnaround maintenance. This is the consequence. So you did your turnaround maintenance, you did it scheduling. I come around again and say, look, if you did 25%, I will come and do 50%, but I'll collect 100%. It gets to buyer, somebody will do 5%, he will collect 100%. This is the consequence. These are the knock-on effects. And those who have been involved in this, unless the society says, look, enough. And this must not happen. We must fix ourselves. We are busy importing refined petroleum products. Those refineries that we are getting it from in Europe. Oh, I see. How are they working?
How are they working?
All right, let's take another headline, a couple of headlines, if you may, from the Daily Sun newspaper, very quickly. The lead story, of course, is on the fight against terrorism. We already took some of those headlines from the Punch.
And the consequence of the halting of the railway services.
Yeah, but very quickly, strike. This is strike, by the way. No, it's part of insecurity. That's the reason why the services are being halted.
Yes.
I mean, how many incidents can you grieve over? And how much is it going to cost you to fix your rail facilities? Now, no justification keeping students at home for 5 months. Yes. That's according to the Secretary of the Government of the Federation. And there's a claim there, government officials sabotaging negotiations, and that's according to ASU. Yes. Amotekun arrests 45 suspected criminals in Ondo. I'm talking about the Daily Sun newspaper. Insecurity, Kogi bans wearing of face masks and shots brothels. NAPTIP and Turkish rights group raised the alarm over trafficking of Nigerians to northern Cyprus. And 32 states, 233 local government areas prone to flooding. That's NEMA warning again. Gunmen killed 7 security guards, injured 2 others in Imo.
About ASU strike, the Honorable Minister of Labour and Employment has indicated that they are waiting for the order given by Mr. President to the Minister of Education to produce a report in 2 weeks. Meanwhile, ASU is already lamenting that since February they have not been paid because they have been on strike.
Yeah, and
because with effect from March, government invoked no salary, no work, no pay. And good news coming from Birmingham now. Nigeria so far has won 3 gold medals, 1 silver and 3 bronze medals. And yesterday, 3 of our athletes qualified for the 100 meters
semi-finals. Okay. All right, Bayo, thank you indeed for being around. We'll see you again tomorrow. All right, you are watching Good Morning Nigeria, broadcast live on the network service of the NTA. We'll take a short break now. When we come back, our focus will be on the second leg of our conversation on issue of the fall of the Naira.
I'm the Co-President Engineer and Project Supervisor of the second Niger Bridge project. The second Niger Bridge project is a project that has been conceived for a very long time, but it has finally come to life during this present administration. This project has a lot of socio-economic benefits, and it has impacted positively on the lives of the host community, both in Anambra State and Delta State. The people are very happy. The host communities, they partnered with us because apart from the social benefits, indigenes are also employed on this project. We can see how their lives are being improved.
This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture. dialogue, empathy, love, and unity. These are vital components of nation building.
For all to be well, we appeal that we should refrain from volatile, provocative, inciting messages and language.
Let's build and not destroy.
Our pastors, our imams, in every church, in every mosque, please realize that in the course of praying for peaceful and transparent elections, we all have duties beyond prayers. If we want a stable society before, during, and after the elections, what should you be saying to those that worship with you all Sundays and all Fridays? You are saddled with the responsibility of bringing up good generations. It is therefore your duty to both man and God to ensure peace all the time, no matter about elections alone. People talk to people and people listen. Talk to your followers. Make them listen to ensure peaceful 2023 elections. This message from the National Orientation Agency.
All right, so thank you for staying with us up to this moment. And as a prompt for our conversation, which is on stabilizing the Naira, here are excerpts from our first conversation put together by correspondent Abdusalam Jibril.
So my optimism was that, yes, once the primaries ended, that the recipients of the dollars, the delegates, and maybe other participants in the political process will start offloading, the Naira in the parallel market again. And that would have brought down the exchange rate and strengthened it even in the parallel market. But it appears that that one has not happened.
Nigeria is predicated with so many multiple exchange rate. The dominant one is the fixed exchange rate of the Apex Bank. You have the parallel market rate. You even now have what we call the cryptocurrency rate. So, in a situation whereby you have this confusing multiplicity of exchange rate, tell me how will your currency be stable?
At the NFIU, the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit is biting a little harder, and therefore corrupt officials who have stolen our money, they have so much Naira, they don't know what to do with it and they cannot take it into the system. What do? They demand for dollars. It is not just the hoarding, but also there is massive demand from corrupt officials who have the penchant to steal our money and then, keep them in dollars.
My optimism is based on the fact that in 2017, you recall, around February of that year, the Naira rose to as high as 520 Naira in the parallel market.
That's right.
Yes. By April, when the central bank introduced the I&E window of 2017, we saw a convergence of rates. The parallel market rate crashed. Okay, we saw a convergence of rates between the official and the parallel market rate to about 357. And part of why I think that this is transitory and that is, it can be contained, in the near future, is because the central bank, unlike in the past, today has relatively sufficient reserves, external reserves, for intervention.
All right, now those were excerpts from our part one conversation on how to stabilize the Naira, and that was 2 days ago on Monday. Today we are continuing with whatever measures that need to be taken, and incidentally, one of the guests who was with us on Monday is right here with us in the studios. We'd like to welcome Dr. Aminu Gwadabe. Dr. Gwadabe is President, Association of Bureau de Change Operators of Nigeria, ADCOM. Glad to have you in our studios.
Good morning, sir.
All right. Also here with us in the studios, a regular on Good Morning Nigeria, the development economist, Dr. Emeka Okengu. Emeka, glad to have you this morning.
Pleasure to be here. Good morning, Nigerians. Good morning.
All right, and we have via Zoom Dr. Hassan Mahmoud. He's the Director, Monetary Policy, CBN. It's a pleasure to have you join us this morning on our program.
Thank you. Good morning, parents.
Okay, Dr. Mahmoud, thanks for being with us. And your Zoom connection is crisp, so we'll take advantage of it. And also, of course, this is a matter that is part of your remit. Nigerians are all witnesses, as the saying goes, to the dramatic fall in the value of our currency against the US dollar in particular. And this is so on the parallel market rates. Of course, you know, the argument will be, no, the IIN window, which is, if you may, the official exchange rate, is relatively around 400 and something. But we don't know the knock-on effects of the value on the parallel market on goods, prices of goods and services. A couple of days ago now, we've heard that the price has come down to around about 680 something, 790 something. But whatever it is, there is a sense of alarm out there that our Naira is depreciating too rapidly against the US dollar and ultimately against other major currencies. From the point of view of the central bank, why is this so?
Thank you very much, Kinsley, and good morning, everyone. I'm happy that the chairman of the BDC is also here, so give us some of the fundamentals of the informal market, how it operates, because we learn from them. From my side, there are three things happening in the economy, globally and domestically. One, we are all aware of the current. Let me just even start with the fact that what is happening in whatever market we're seeing now in terms of effects has to do with the supply side of it, the scarcity of that product. And when the scarcity is there, and you have a lot of people having requests for that, which is the general issues we have in terms of the demand for excess, given the nature of the consumer behavior within this space, and also the global development, you start seeing that hedged up demand, pushing up prices. And pushing up prices in FX means depreciation. Too much Naira, chasing these few dollars in the market. So three developments in the global scene. One, we're all aware of what is going on in the United States, or in the advanced economy, if I would say, in terms of what we're seeing now in their effort, monetary policy, or monetary authorities' efforts to tame inflation in those economies. Inflation is way high, going to almost double digit for both US, UK, and most of the advanced economy, even the European economies, coupled with their Russia-Ukraine war, that economy like the US. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
The advanced economies like the US are now trying to tame inflation by raising rates, raising the Fed fund rate. That is their more or less like their policy rate. And that rate that is being raised means that a lot of investments that are outside of the US are now moving to the US because of the return on those investments now. So you see three things happening here. One, because they are raising rates, the value of the US dollar is appreciating. Two, because that the investments that foreigners bring to Nigeria within either our capital market, fixed income market, are now moving out to those shops. So that moving out will mean that a lot of those investors will want to bring in their Naira now to pick out their dollars. So you have that reversal going on. We also have issues around the price of oil and all discussions that are going on, the global inflation that is also passing through to the rest of the economy. Then another major issue that is happening domestically. We are aware of the RT raise for $200 billion that is going on within the central bank. We have seen a very positive traction in the area, in the sense that the repatriation that is going to be an incentive for giving a repatriation program where you have a rebate, where if you bring in your funds to the official window or the KIE window, you're able to get 65 Naira on each dollar, if you are going to sell it to the rest of to the public within that space. If you're going to use it for yourself, we'll still give you 35 naira on that. So there's that rebate program going on. A lot of coming through that formal space. So you see a lifting away of funds that have, hitherto go into some of these markets you call parallel market or whatever market we call it. We see some of that coming in place. We're also monitoring activities of exporters who have access to funds through the central bank window, and then at the end of it start diverting those funds. So it's not that we're just doing it as a matter of moral suasion. We're also taking punitive actions against those that breach those conditions for which you claim to take FX within the central bank window. So if you take FX and your export proceeds are not appropriately repatriated through your account, we have ways to also deal with you and put some caution into the way you operate your account. So that alone is also helping a lot of those funds coming into formal window. I can tell you between now and January and now, when this program has started, we've raked in close to $3 billion through that window, even though we're paying a rebate. That's the price to be paid, or at least we are seeing the visibility of those transactions in that space. So the other market that you are looking at is starved of FX because of these 3 or 4 reasons I've given, and so you see that rush of that price is going on. I'm happy in your background analysis was mentioned that it's something that is transitory. We saw the way the behavior was going on there, but we've always said from our central bank side that activities in that informal sector are not driven by the fundamentals of demand and supply. There are issues around speculation. There are issues around other incentives for holding the dollars, not necessarily for trade, not necessarily for services. So it will be very difficult for you to use conventional tools or approaches of analysis to be able to digest that segment of the market. But we are also aware of the fact that there's a pass-through from exchange rate depreciation to inflation. So it is our concern that we'll see that that pass-through is limited as much as possible. Which ways can we do that? Well, the supply side of increasing the FX is the central bank is also looking for dollars, just like the general public is looking for dollars, because we want to use that dollar to increase our war chest to be able to intervene in the market to make the prices more. Don't forget that we're using a float flexible exchange rate regime so that we can come into that space in the event that we are seeing an arbitrary movement in the prices to moderate it, not to be the major player in that space. So if those inflows that are expected to come autonomous outside of the central bank are robust enough, it will spread to the rest of the bank. So the fundamental thing I would just say is that one, there's a need to strongly work on the supply side so that the inflows will come. We are seeing what is happening to the global economy. Oil prices are going down. From domestically, production is also going down. So the proceeds from there are also affecting that. Secondly, even if the inflows are coming in, we see the proportion that is going to the importation of refined oil product. Over 30% of our FX is going to the financing of that product. If, for example, the refinery comes up and the transaction is going to be domesticated in terms of the local consumption of the fuel, then we see another 25-20% of that demand going off the shelf. If education is improved, health sector is improved, the health tourism, the education tourism that is going on, billions of dollars are going into that space. All those we sit at home. So you see the dollar going for really efficient importation of capital, equipment, and technology coming into place to develop the rest the economy in the critical sectors that we want. So on the demand side, the excesses we see sometimes.
Dr. Mahmood, I'm going to stay with you, right? But just to pick up a number of issues we'd like you to clarify. You have done a good analysis, of what is going on and the causes. But if I take you back to what one of our guests on Monday said, and that's Professor Badan, who happens to be a member of the CBN Monetary Policy Committee, he said that the shock that the economy received in 2016, which culminated in the recession that the nation experienced at that that time was a kind of a build-up to what we're seeing today. So some experts are saying that central bank and the other managers of the nation's economy ought to have foreseen what is happening, what was happening then, that is resulting in today's, capitulation of the Naira, if you like. And by manipulating interest rates, the central bank anywhere globally exerts a lot of influence over both inflation and exchange rate. And of course, changing interest rates will also impact inflation and currency values. So what are those critical strategies required by the Central Bank of Nigeria to see how it can manipulate us out of the current trend of Naira going down on almost a daily basis?
Thank you very much. I think even from our own domestic space, we also hiked up rates, in the sense that we're also seeing the influence of the rising inflation on other activities of the economy. The emphasis has always been on, or has been more on, seeing recovery post-COVID, the 19 shocks. But even in the global economy, we're also seeing that having less reference to driving growth, given the level of employment that most economies are having. In the United States, even though growth is still declining, unemployment is rising, they still also hike up rate, because the thinking now is that a lot of the demand push that we are seeing now is coming from the demand side. A lot of money were pumped into the economy post-COVID, all those fiscal stimulus, monetary stimulus, all those injections that were given. Even in Nigeria, we have the targeted credit facilities, we have facilities to agriculture, manufacturing. Don't forget that those supply side that are coming into into the economy are supposed to be absorbed from the supply side, in the sense that they're supposed to go into production. Those production are supposed to come to the rest of the economy. You start see economic activity building up. When that inflows are becoming too much to meet with the supply capacity of the economy, and we're also seeing that in the global space. After the pickup from the COVID crisis, when the demand has started picking up, we see that the supply infrastructure could not meet that volume of demand. And because of just that supply distortion, they call it the supply constraint difficulties that they had, prices started going up. Not because that the goods are not there, but the transportation of them, the delivery of them, the shipping and all that were overwhelming for that infrastructure that is currently in place. And you see that pushing up prices. So the tightening or the hiking of the rates, yes, it is going to feed into domestic prices, in the sense that your currency now, as against other basket of currency, will become a lot more expensive. So that your currency is now appreciated. But that is not good for a country that is trying to export or trying to earn FX. For the United States, fine, because inflows go to that economy. But for the economy that is trying, what ordinarily, under a normal circumstance, depreciation is supposed to be good for export, because you now see that it is important for those that are buying your things to find it a lot cheaper, so that it will increase your demand and then pull up your supply from your own side. But when your currency is appreciating and is used for your currency is depreciation and is used for consumables, then you see that translating not to productive activities that will, in the long run or in the medium term, improve your own productivity and output growth, but if not turn to kind of an additional cost to fund in your own economy. And you see that that depreciation translating to inflation, what we call the pass-through from exchange rate to inflation. It is argued that yes, even though central bank has this framework of inflation anchoring, prices are anchored against what is happening in the informal sector or whatever. Even if somebody that is not having anything to do with the external economy or exporting or anything will still say that dollar is high, so I'm going to be selling rice or yam or gari, or even a cobbler that is doing his shoes will also say that, because it is natural, because the person is going to take transportation, is going to pay for his electricity bill, is going to pay for his rent. So you see that pass through, connecting the rest of the economy. So the point here I'm trying to make here is that those behavior of those economies are definitely going to affect our response to those effects, because of the importance of our economy to those sectors of economy. Don't forget that a substantial part of inflows come into even our capital market. or foreign portfolio investment or foreign direct investment. After some time, those funds are expected to go out. And if they are going to go out, they will put pressure on the domestic economy. So the fundamental thing is still to go to how do we improve the supply side, and how do we also, prune the demand side to become more efficient, and such that, and every economy in the world is doing that. There's the issue of globalization is having a less relevance. Everybody is looking at how to absorb these external shocks to the rest of the economy. If we're not exposed to, it is good to be exposed to play within the global space. It's fine, but you should have a competitive edge in that global space, such that when you are playing in that space, you have the capacity to negotiate the best options for your own economy. But if you are just a price taker in that place, so everything that comes will fall on your head and start distorting the rest of your economy.
Dr. Hassan Mahmoud, thank you very much for the explanations you provided. We just want to see if we can maximize again the Zoom connection and then the perspective of the central bank before we come into our two guests who are here with us in the studios. Tell our viewers something. Because yes, we know that there is a supply challenge with regard to forex inflows, but we also hear repeatedly the demand push for forex as a factor in the value of the naira. Some of the ones that we do know are fairly straightforward. Yes, the country relies on fuel importation, which is a huge dent on our foreign reserves. We also hear about raw materials, but what is the percentage of our raw materials, and what is the percentage of industrial capacity utilization of our manufacturing sector? We hear about repatriated earnings. In the meantime, some of the sectors, the participants are complaining about inability to repatriate their earnings. Airlines, for instance. But perhaps the most worrisome, we keep hearing about expenditures on education and health. How many Nigerians, off the cuff, how many Nigerians are we spending money on in terms of forex demand for education and forex demand for health facilities? What percentage do they represent of the demand for our forex?
Okay, thank you. I think, Kingsley, if you see the statistics, you'll be alarmed. And I don't want to give figures that I'll be quoted out of context, but I'll just put it within an explainable framework. If you see the proportion of the cost or the demand for financing education, or let's leave health. Health is something that maybe is a necessity, and well, even if we have all the best structure in the world and we cannot be able to treat certain kind of ailment, you have to go out to do that. But let's look at something like education and tourism and other services that comes into that space. We've seen requests for FX for an individual to go to some particular hybrid schools that is close to $40,000 for one individual. Compare that $40,000, you start a first degree to PhD in Nigeria and still have money to build a house to do that. But you see that
it's a pity that we're just our worst fears were getting confirmed there. Well, Dr. Mahmoud, fine. It looks like we're losing you, but if you can hear us, we'll come back to you so that you just take up from where you were starting. You're beginning to give us some very interesting data. If you are back on, we'll take you, but otherwise, we'll come to the studios now and then get done with. All right, Dr. Mahmoud, we lost you at some point. You were just talking about the cost, for instance, of forex for school fees. You said $40,000. Is that per annum or per session, or is that for a full program?
Yeah, there are some schools that our Nigerians take their kids to that will do a program, a session that is $40,000. If you want to school, I also school in England. If you want to go to school in the UK now, even if it's a first degree, you're talking of £18,000. Let it not even be like medicine or engineering, or I'm talking of social sciences now. So if you have, and even those, people struggle to get it for their kids. And it's not that it's just those that to get the best education for their because of the deterioration of our education system in Nigeria. So even though we are saying that it is the elites that take their kids to school, it's not necessarily so. Even those that do average earnings also struggle, sell everything they have to take their kids to school because education is not there, and they don't want their children to come and live the kind of life they live, or if at their old age they want those kids to be useful to them. So it's an investment decision that is private. But what I'm just saying is that because of the unavailability of those basic things that we need to get, people are taking kids to Kutanu, or what they call it, Nigeria, all those countries that I don't even know. When I was in the university in ABU, we see people coming from Ghana, from Gambia, they come to school in Nigeria, and they see us like kings. But now we're going to those places, and you see one-story building, which is called a university, and you see all of them, they are Nigerian students. Even their country cannot even afford to send their own kids to those schools. So what I'm saying is that you see those, I don't know, wastages or issues with some major structural or legacy issues within the economy in terms of developing those domestic basic necessities, that we need. The society is supposed to be looking at how to do their own individual production and services, and government is supposed to have even taken off from this education process if other channels have been improved. Because even if you look at the private side of it, even if you want to take your kids to private schools in Nigeria, they're also, skyrocketing prices that you find in that place. And they also, it's not that the quality of the education there is far commensurate to that cost, but they're just capitalizing on the demand that they have. You have capacity for 50 students and you have 500 waiting there. So the only way you can also reduce that is to keep jacking up price. And regulation is also not controlling that there's a cap on what you can, charge for a first degree in economics, a first degree in engineering. But everybody's just doing the way you like. If you don't like it, go to others. So regulation is there. Regulation is an issue there. The legal framework to guide that is there. But the point I'm just trying to make is that so long as we don't look inwards and improve on this side, the FX demand side that is pulling a lot of the resources out of our space, we will still continue to be, lamenting over these FX issues. And like I said earlier, even central bank also need FX to be able to, defend that. We don't print dollars. We also don't earn dollars per se, even if we are investing our reserves.
All right.
The inflows that come with.
All right, Dr. Mahmood, we thank you so much. We're not putting you on the spot, but of course, as a central banker, you need to give us a foundation for this conversation. We've had all the comments you have made regarding the areas my colleague and I were able to raise this one, but we're coming back to you. Presently. All right, now let's come back to the studio and get Dr. Michael Kengu to respond. As a matter of fact, needless asking you any question, you've listened to Dr. Mahmood talk on so many vital, points that we have raised. So, what is your reaction to the current status of the Naira as our nation's currency?
Thank you very much. Dr. Mahmood was very insightful. Let's look at three issues. Maybe three fundamentals. What is money? It is a medium of exchange. Dr. Mahmood mentioned that America had raised rates and that people were taking their monies back into America. America presently is in recession. Okay, and it's still a destination of choice. And it is because of productivity and because that a means of exchange, which is the dollar, carries a lot of competitiveness, a lot of value. Now, what we are here to do today is to look at our Naira, and then how are we able to stabilize our Naira to be competitive? And this is Dr. Mahmood also talking about us having one child spending $40,000 for a session, and depending on what kind of course you want to read, it's a minimum of 3 sessions and a maximum of maybe 6 or 7. And this child is using this FX from Nigeria, and is he going to be able to get any job that can pay him $40,000 in Nigeria in 20 years cumulatively? So you see, when we're looking at our currency, we should be able to now look at what happened, what went wrong. This is the same currency that was trading against the same dollar, this almighty dollar now, at a fraction lower in value. And this is less than 20 years ago. What were we doing right? Kieran, what we were doing is that our currency had value. And what was our value? It was bringing in products, albeit not controlled, unfortunately, domestically or indigenously. At the point in time, we were celebrating our Naira in the streets of England. Me and you were in the university where we were buying tickets for 7,000, Naira to fly to the UK, and everybody could be able to spend Naira in the streets of UK. It wasn't magic. It wasn't government policy. It was that we were productive and that our Naira was being traded in markets. Let's be clear about that. Okay, and anybody who says a policy is going to be able to help us get out of these woods would be singing to the choir. So one way to respond to what Dr. Mahmood has said is that the CBN needs to get a little bit more innovative. Because when you're talking about official rates, again, Kingsley talked about, the floating rates and the official rates. What's happening to the official rates is that it's being subsidized. The real value of the Naira is what the Naira is trading for in the streets. Okay? If we were to float the Naira and then remove that official exchange rates, the Naira would be hitting maybe 800 Naira, which is the real value of the Naira against the dollar. Why? Because the Naira is bringing nothing to the table, technically. Okay, if we are talking about goods and services, now what are we using our Naira to buy? And what are we selling against our Naira? These are the questions you need to ask, and these are where the real issues. And if we find solutions, to these issues, and they're here. They're here. Me and you were in Nsukka, and I keep saying this time we'll have this conversation. A lot of our institutions, of learning were self-sufficient and contributing. Today, the reverse is the case. What has happened? What has happened is that first and foremost, you no longer have, research outputs, getting to the stage of commercialization. You no longer have where research is meeting business. Okay, because you don't even have that business community. It's cheaper for you to go and import from China than to produce in Nigeria. And do you know why? Let's leave insecurity and look at energy. So until you are able to look at the basics of what we can be able to do to get our Naira back on track, my response will be, yes, we can talk about all the very glossy, policies and then do our wish list. The simple thing is that the Naira is bringing nothing, and I'm talking about absolutely very close to nothing, okay, to the productivity table. And it is all about that productivity strength that gives you your place, okay. When you talk about the Committee of Nations, Kirian, you don't go there because you know how to speak English. A lot of Chinese people don't speak English. China is rated, as one of the most powerful economies in the world. In fact, today they're pushing for the yen to become an international medium of exchange, and it's going to happen. Now, they didn't get there by being good at speaking grammar. They got there by bringing things into the market that the world needed. It's a global market that we're talking about here. So the moment you are talking about a currency, please just have at the back of your mind that you're talking about something that gives value, something that you use as a means of trading or an exchange. And the moment it does not have that value, okay, to be able to bring something onto the table, you are not going to have a seat in that Committee of Nations.
Okay, Dr. Emeka Okengwu, thank you very much. Dr. Aminu Gwadabe, let's bring you into the conversation. Again, you listened to Dr. Hassan Mahmoud of the Central Bank and Emeka Okengwu, and then you also recall some of the comments that you made when we had the first part of this conversation on Monday. Perhaps you'll be wished to respond to some of the points that have been made, but when Emeka Okengwu says that the Naira brings nothing to the table and that the parallel rate may be a reflection of the value of the Naira, I recall that on Monday you raised the issue of speculation. And Professor Bada also said that what we are seeing on the parallel market rate may very well be speculative attacks. That isn't productivity. That's just sheer sentiment. But what else can we worry about? The one key issue you raised, you didn't have the opportunity of elaborating on, had to do with the management, or if you may, mismanagement of remittances.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Kingsley. Good morning, Nigerians. I want to continue with the foundation being raised by my colleague here. When we are talking is about trust. Currency is all about trust. Mr. Kingsley, if I now credit your account, you say 100,000 naira, because that we have seen the fiscal cash, but because of the backing, that you know when you go to the bank, you will see that 100,000 naira. So we are confident the value is there. So this is just what is happening also in terms of the foreign currency, the dollar. The confidence of Nigeria, the trust, as my colleague have raised, due to lack of value, due to lack of productivity, have really gone down, is lost almost completely. First, I want to congratulate Nigerians. We've seen some movements, at least just from Friday to date. Seen some appreciation from the 710, 720 to about 650 as a result of currency manipulation. So it's the time for the Central Bank of Nigeria to take advantage of that, to be proactive, like you said. You see, going back to the foundation again, we have heard of the legacy Adam Smith analysis. I'm tired, honestly speaking, to be saying the problem of Nigeria. Yes, it's true, it's government, it's import dependent, it's we don't export anything, that. But the issue here, what are we doing to see that we have gone out of that problem? Yes, supply side is zero. We have had a lot of counter arguments, no NNPC inflow, no export proceed, the RT 200 billion, raised to $200 billion. The remittances too, they are not coming. 12% of the investors have left the country. So you can go that and that and that. So we need to move from that perception, from that talking. You know, we've been talking a lot. Let's walk the talk. Now this is the time to walk the talk. A lot of many countries have done that, to walk the talk. Instead of us always lamenting is import dependent, is cumulative economy. We have had that 30 years ago, Adam Smith theories. So we have to really look at our own peculiarities and come out with solutions. Countries have done it. And like you rightly asked me, Mr. Kingsley, in terms of what do we do? If we look at all the four sources, the oil is not there, export proceed is not there, but direct and portfolio investment are leaving the country at 1%, we have lost. Which is one is the next source, which is the remittances. Remittance is stable, is cheaper, and huge. As we speak, there are a lot of statistics. If you go to the World Bank statistics, you go to the IMF statistics, you go to Midcom statistics, what we receive in this country is about $30 billion annually. In fact, Nigeria is being ranked as even the number one country today in terms of remittances. So you have Nigeria, you have China, you have Philippines. But the problem we have, how do we harness our own? This is the issue. We've seen this money only in terms of statistics. It is not adding value to the economy. We are not seeing it. So we need to look at it. How do we harness it? And there are so many ways to harness it. One, some policy somersault. There are a lot of policy somersault that trigger all these psychological needs for dollars most of the time. So the only way is to inject supply. We quite appreciate the difficulties of the central bank. We are all Nigerians. We know what is happening. COVID-19 started, affected our foreign earning. Now there is Russia-Ukraine war. There is insecurity in Nigeria. So we need to look at the hanging fruit. As we speak today, the only hanging fruit in Nigeria in the short term. Yes, currency manipulation is working now as the rates have come down from 710, 720 to about 650. I congratulate Nigeria. Nobody is happy. But the issue is we need to expand our supply network. And the one we have that is immediate, for me, is the remittances. the mid-time and long-time, yes, we can look at our productivity. Our productivity base is comatose. Do you want to talk of energy? Do you want to talk of the farmer that don't want to cannot go to the farm and farm because of insecurity? Do you want to talk about infrastructure? Infrastructure is key. The roads are not there. What is the level of railway transportation? It's even cheaper for you now to go by flight than to go by road. I'm coming from Lagos here. It's about 75-80,000. If I'm coming by road, I should be ready to budget like 100 million. Because if I'm doing that, it will be more costly than coming by air. So these are some of the issues that are the men that we really need to look into so that we can salvage this economy. Like I said, other countries have done it. India, when they ran into this crisis in 1970, they all sit down. I think they are number one in terms of remittances. They have their people abroad all over the place. Even in Nigeria, you see a lot of Indians. They repatriate. Home repatriation. Whatever Naira they make here in Nigeria, they convert it to Naira to repatriate abroad to their families. Okay. Alhamdulillah, we are having a lot of Nigerians now also abroad that are working. We need to focus on our youth to give them skills. We don't have anything to export. In our last meeting, discussion, I said it. People buy Nigerian yam, take it to Ghana, just wash it and put it in a packet and say made in Ghana. They'll be selling it in America, in Canada, and what have you. So these are big challenges that we really need to look into.
All right, Dr. Gwelebre, thank you indeed. And we have just been joined by our other guest via Zoom from Lagos, and he's Tobe Fashwa. He's an economist, and we'd like to welcome you to the program.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
Listen, okay, all right. I take it to listen to the last speakers, and perhaps gather some information from what they have elucidated. But we also like you to let us know your own opinion based on what has happened to the Naira in recent times. We have a number of points have been raised as to factors that led to where we are today with respect to the value of our dear currency, the Naira. What in your view has culminated into the status of this currency for now, looking at some of the other issues raised by the previous speakers?
Okay, thanks for the question. I'll speak very quickly. So the point is that the situation of the Naira today is a long-term issue. It's not something that just happened recently. And also, it's important to say that almost all of us, if not all of us, have contributed to where the Naira is. Very critically, the point everybody knows that what makes the currency strong is the value and the volume of the goods and services you produce and sell to the international community. And essentially, that's what it called the economic complexity index that was built by Professor Ricardo Hausmann of Harvard. And what he basically says is that, that's the knowledge quotient of the goods and services the country produces really matters. How much knowledge quotient goes into the goods and services you produce vis-a-vis what you actually need as a people. And if you look at the goods and services we produce, in fact, on that index, we are somewhere on number 128 out of 131 countries. In fact, a couple of years back, we were the very last. When they only, looked at 127 countries, we were number 127, meaning that, very disgracefully, that we add no value to anything. However, if you look at our consumption pattern, we are also very, very sophisticated people. We like to use the latest and the best and all of that. I'm talking about all of us. And so that's why it breaks down. On what basis will the Naira compete when we're not producing? So, and of course, when you now push that, look, Nigeria should, we should take some hard reset. We should, go into some sort of shock therapy, whereby we would say that, look, maybe we're locking a few things down, or we're forcing ourselves to produce. We have many economists amongst us who will say, no, open up the system. So what the central bank has done, I mean, there's this 43, 44 items that the central bank said, look, we will not be supporting with foreign exchange. Let Nigerians go and produce them. And some of those items include things like water, toothpick, tomatoes, vegetables, you see, some fish, you know, rice, even sugar, even though some of those items are essential, and so there's a kind of regulated manner in which we bring them in. And so these are some very ridiculous things that we should be able to produce ourselves. And there are business opportunities for Nigerians, but people say, oh, just open up the system. Can we compete? No, we cannot. No, we cannot. Oh, people say float the currency. I say if you float the currency, it will float away forever because it's legless. The fact that we are not producing enough, not in terms of volume, or even in terms of sophistication and complexity, in terms of, you know, how much innovation goes into the production of what we do. So that's how the Naira got to this level. And also it's important to look at, you know, the other side. You know, if you look at the import and export profile of Nigeria, you'll be shocked. You'll be shocked. Our biggest import is actually technology. When you put it all together, things like we bring in about $3 to $4 billion dollars worth of cars into this country. The computers we use, our very sophisticated phones and all of that, we will be looking at about 35 billion of dollars in terms of, you know, those imports into Nigeria, followed by petrol, okay, and diesel, which we don't refine ourselves. So that's on the import side. Then you see several billions. We import about 2.5 billion worth of wheat into this country on a yearly basis. We import about $2 billion worth of pharmaceuticals into this country, you know, on a yearly basis. We import food, all sorts of food, you know, items into this country on a yearly basis. Fish alone, we import about $800 million worth. Milk, we import about $750 million worth. Now, you now look at the export side. The export side, of course, the only thing that we send out that is even in the $1 billion range is crude oil and gas. So between those two, Nigeria gets about $20-25 billion every year. Minding the fact that our production of gas and crude oil, only 30% comes to Nigeria, according to NTA. And after that, we import, there's nothing else we export. Apart from sesame seed, you know, we talk about, you know, what they call oil seeds. We export about 400 million, 350, 400 million dollars worth. Cocoa, about $300 million worth. Then the next thing you begin to see maybe, you know, $50 million worth of this, $20 million worth of that. So the first 12 items on our import list are in the billion dollars. In fact, double-digit billions in some instances. And then we have only one item on our export that is in billions, which we don't even have input. And in fact, the crude oil that we export is cancelled out by the petrol that we import. So that's it. You know, so on what basis do you want to compete with the rest of the world? So what countries do is to manage that situation while getting their people to be productive, to do those innovations that were talked about. They try to manage the situation. No country sets out to have a weak currency. According to Margaret Thatcher and Joseph Stalin, she echoed Joseph Stalin in 1980 when she was speaking to some British businessmen in Singapore. And the quote is that to destroy a country, the first thing you do is to debauch its currency. To destroy a country, the first thing you do is to debauch its currency. You can see that Mr. Biden recently mocked Russia when they started imposing new sanctions on Russia. He said the ruble will become rubble. The ruble will become rubble. Of course, Russia had to play some game. I tell people, I say, listen, this is a chess game. Russia had to play some games to ensure that, look, the ruble actually gained some value, you know, because he had a leverage with the gas that he was exporting to Europe. To say, now going forward, you guys should pay me in ruble. And they started, you know, companies which, you know, imported from them had to open accounts in the ruble in their own country and so on. And of course, the ruble was able to farm up, but of course, it's a long game. No country sets out to. I've done research on the history of currency in the past, okay, including the fact that, you know, the Chinese renminbi, they were strong. They were strong. In fact, the yen went down as a result of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The the yen now got devalued to about 600 to the dollar. But you see, now they're back on 100 and something. They believe they can manage it at that level because they are also focused on export. What does Nigeria export? And people who talk about devaluation and floating of currency, the theory in devaluation, which we have discussed on this program before, that the Marshall-Lerner condition says that, look, the only way you can succeed when you devalue your currency is when your export is positively elastic in terms of price, meaning that when you reduce the price of your export, people will buy more. What is our export? The same crude oil. Do we have control over it? We don't. We don't set the price. We don't even set the volume. And the volume that has been set for Nigeria as a result of insecurity and pipeline and all of that, you know, we can't even meet up about 400,000 barrels of it. So, I mean, you can see how embarrassing the situation is.
All right, Tokwe Fashua, thank you very much there for your insights, your analysis. We know that, of course, in seeking to profile solutions, you will have first to understand what the challenges are with our economy, and we have laid all of this out. Kieran and I, whenever we host conversations, plus other of our co-anchors, whenever we host this, there's lamentation around our low capacity to engage in production, and then our high propensity for imports. But how do we nudge our production? There was a time in this country where you had industrial estates in different parts of the country. Kiran, you go to Lagos, you go to Aba, you go to Kaduna, you go to Kano, and elsewhere.
And it boosts my imagination how we can have brands of cars, for instance, automobile, brands of cars in Nigeria without any of the manufacturers having a plant in Nigeria. It can happen in China. It can happen in India. It can, as a matter of fact, where I was, sometimes I had people of going to Israel, right? You know, I was able to interview Isaac Rabin then, my prime minister, who covered an event on science and technology. And I asked him that I've never seen any automobile across the globe, you know, made in Israel or something. He said, no, that technology don't lose sleep. We eat and wake up, you know, with science and technology. That's why we are still existing. That in terms of automobile, that all the automobile that I see in Israel are all manufactured in Israel. So you don't have to be importing from another country. So if we don't do that, and Nigerians are so car crazy, if you ask me. Everybody, you buy cars, you don't even know whether they exist in this world. You see cars without
and then maintenance issues are right. Do you know one of the we're going to take a short break, gentlemen. Let's just throw this in. One of my pleasant surprises in the 80s was realizing the car assembly and manufacturing plants in South Africa. You know, they were under apartheid, and we, of course, you know, all you thought about was that apartheid was evil and so on and so forth. I was a foreign correspondent, and on the very day I arrived at Harare International Airport, while we were still waiting to clear immigration and collect our luggage, there was the announcement that the plane just arrived from Johannesburg. It's a South African Airways aircraft. We had kept them at bay, but they had business relationships. Now back to the cars. Toyota has a plant in South Africa. In fact, some of the Toyota vehicles you find on Nigerian roads come from South Africa.
Not some, brand new ones from South Africa.
No, I'm not talking about Tokumbo. Toyota, BMW, Mercedes-Benz, they have Ford, they have it in South Africa. So, and then this I'm talking about over 3 decades ago, and they haven't shut down. At that time, we were supposed to have expanded our Peugeot, expanded our Volkswagen, and so on and so forth. And all of a sudden, you know, things just started, you know, falling together.
Aramco,
Steyr was there in Bauchi, and so on and so forth. Gentlemen, this is not the program for lamentation. We're just saying, look, we have to know where the rain started beating us, and we're not going to get an umbrella. We'll take a short break. Where we return, we'll continue with the conversation.
Game. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement. terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Watch out for strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dssPR@dss.gov.ng. This message is from the Department of State Services, DSS.
The counsel of our fathers.
I will urge and advise our younger generation to use talent and brain to sort out problems, not arms.
Nigerian youths, let's build our nation together.
As the 2023 elections draw near, remember, evil prospers when good men and women only wish for peace, but never take a step to make peaceful elections happen. Are you a father? Are you a mother? What are you saying to your children as the elections approach? Have you warned them not to let themselves be used to cause violence? Have you explained to them what the consequences of electoral violence might be? Do your part to make peaceful elections happen. Talk to your children. Protect them from unscrupulous politicians who want to put them in harm's way, while their own children are comfortable at home, within and outside the country. Let's join hands to make 2023 elections peaceful. This message is from the National Orientation Agency.
All right, you're welcome back, and it's still Good Morning Nigeria, live on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. Kylian, before we went on the short break, we were talking about how some of these issues we are complaining about were things that we brought upon ourselves. Exactly. And during the interval here in the studios, we were having some side conversations, Gwadabe and Okengu. Okengu chipped in to say, look, some of the Range Rover cars that Nigerians use as status symbols here are not even made in England. And when you consider the number of Range Rover cars on Nigerian roads, you probably will not find those number of cars on the roads in England, and then you can't produce a tire. And that's part of the challenge that we're talking about. Exactly. All right, Dr. Hassan Mahmoud, we know that we are pressed for time because you have another engagement. Dr. Hassan Mahmoud, if you are there, I want to be sure. Can you hear me? No, Dr. Hassan Mahmoud. All right, Dr. Hassan Mahmoud, I would say that we understand you are pressed for time. I just want us, in terms of finding solutions to stabilize our Naira, we know that we talked about expanding the productive capacity of our economy, but Gwadabe here talks about remittances as low-hanging fruits. If $30 billion do come in, it says figures from the World Bank, figures from IMF, figures from NITCOM, $30 billion come into the economy. Let us even say 10 billion or whatever the number is. How well are we managing these monies that come? What impact do those remittances have on the economy? That's one. 3 years or so ago, the former Minister of Finance, Chief Anthony Anim, published an article that went viral, and I think the article is still out there on the net. talking about his discomfiture about how we appear not to be managing our diaspora remittances properly. I did raise some issues. I wouldn't know whether you encountered that article, to say that there's something that is a bit fishy about getting diaspora remittances, and yet we don't see the impact of the economy. That's one. Second leg, in terms of outgoings, and this is something that I find a bit worrisome. Nigerians will stay here in Nigeria, and then they take mortgages in other countries, and then they are also getting into capital flight to go and be paying for their mortgages elsewhere. Why don't you go and be working in those economies so that you can take out mortgage and pay for your mortgage in those economies? Dr. Hassan, Mahmoud, have we lost you? Well, I'm sure if you heard the audio, if you heard the audio, that's fine. But very quickly, Dr. Wadabe, I want you to respond to this. Because the issue of mortgages, the issue of mismanagement of diaspora remittances, which you talked about, and I also raised the issue pointed out by Anthony Ane, the then Minister of Finance under Abacha. So look, we can't be getting this money to our economy, and yet we are not seeing the impact. What's happening?
First is the management of that resource. What we currently have that is discouraging to see it officially is what I term fixed versus flexible exchange rate. That is undermining us to harness the impact of that diaspora remittances. You have multiplicity of exchange rate, whereby you are doing 420 in the INE window, and the parallel market now is 650. You want Nigerians to come and bring their money to 420, while there is also a value of 650. So that being contradiction. Two is monopoly. We look at who are the players in that field, which is not the case in another clime. For example, take Kenya. M-Pesa is an MTO, International Money Transfer Operator, and is owned by the Association of the Exchange Operators of Kenya. This gives liquidity to that subsector. Here, if you even look at the requirement for you to have an IMTO license, as a Nigerian, you need to cop up 2 billion naira for the requirement capitalization to have a license for IMTO. But as a foreign man, what you need is just about $1 million. So even at parallel market rate, $1 million is about 650 million that we need to bring to come and have a license. So it's a field that is dominated even by foreign players, not even Nigerians. Three, because of this multiplicity of exchange rate, you find out that this even dollar that's supposed to come into this country and add value to our earnings is not coming. That's what we call hawala. Hawala is being done, you give me naira here, and I will give you the dollar over there. Four, the people that are acting as agents, there's exclusiveness, there is no competition. Monopoly is there. You cannot have 5,000 Bureau change and have 26 banks. In other clients, the Bureau change are the ones that are the pickup agents of these remittances. Okay. The methodology. We said 5 naira for dollar. That we are some of the, you see, I'm not sounding as a critic, but we are talking of what do we do to salvage the situation. There are things that other countries are doing to free the economy. It's not by manipulation is the reality. In other economies, you find that the BDC are the pick-up agent of this international money amount to remittances.
All right. Well said. Let's return to Tope once more. Tope, you raised a number of causative factors, in your initial comments on the program. That may include harnessing or poor harnessing of remittances from overseas, and a couple of other issues that you mentioned. Now, let's look at the remediation. What can be done? What steps should be taken at this point in time to see how we can rescue the Naira from further promoting? What are those necessary strategies that should be put in place to recover the Naira, from being finally, destroyed by other, stronger currencies across the globe?
Right, I think if the question is for me, chipping. Thank you very much. And yes, and so I think one thing I'd like to quickly clarify: there are many myths that are going around in Nigeria today. For example, the myth of a single rate. There's nowhere in the world where you have a single rate for a currency, and we seem to now be so focused on the currency, and everybody has become a trader. People are now saving their money in dollars, and that is an expression of no confidence on their country and on their currency. Remember that I said earlier that your currency is you, so we need some political will to be able to correct the situation. Otherwise, it's possible for the Naira to go on a spin whereby you'll not be able to recover it. And the fall in the Naira, then will be something that feeds itself, because people are expressing no confidence in the currency and their country. Of course, we know this also has to do with the fact that our current reality. Many people don't see themselves as Nigerians. Some Nigerians are waging war for their country to die. Some believe that, if the country goes through a lot of stress, they can have a laugh and all of that. So all of this comes together, and everybody is taking a position. So my view, if we're not careful, if this continues, the government will have to take a position. Why do people have dumb accounts, for example, in their personal names? What are they doing with that? Because, hey, we're saying that the economy has issues, productivity is a challenge, innovation and economic complexity is a challenge, and then people are saving their money in another currency. We don't do that in most countries that have been. Number one, the issue of single rate. In the streets of London, from Oxford Circus, for example, from one shop BDC to another, you can get a different rate. In Dubai, the same thing, you get different rates. In fact, you can come and get 2 different rates in a day. And the rates of international trade transaction could be different depending on what is available to the bank on that day. So this instance where even the man selling ice cream on the street is telling you, the Naira is this, the dollar is that. We need to get our mind off this and get our mind into productivity. That's what we need to do. And you cannot be shorting your currency. Look, in international parlance, when you talk about shorting means displaying no confidence in something or believing that the price of it will fall. Now, we know that all of us are not producing enough and not innovating enough for us to be able to say we're competing with the dollar. You look at the two economies and say, what are these two guys producing? The United States, which is where the dollar is, where it's from, the United States, a very innovative country, has always been for centuries. They produce everything. They produce their own cars. They produce everything. They have the best technology in the world. Go to Silicon Valley. They have the best financial markets in the world. Go to New York City. Go to Las Vegas for tourism and what have you. The US is the most diversified economy in the world. Most American citizens don't need international passport. They don't really need to travel to anywhere. Everything they want, from holiday to education to whatever, is there in the United States. So on what basis can Nigeria economy compare with that if you want to float the currency? So I'm thinking right now that what is going on with the Naira right now is a speculative attack. But not only speculative attack on the Naira by institutional investors, but by just about everybody. People are spending Naira. Politicians they spend dollars. They pack dollars in their boots. They drive around the place. If politicians cannot stop doing that, we're in trouble. Because the Naira will never, ever. So, look, forget about the CBN. Take this to the table of the president. You should address these people and let them know that they cannot give up on their own currency. You give up on your currency, you give up on your country, or except you want to go down the route of Zimbabwe. But mind you that the people of Zimbabwe are perhaps more united than the people of Nigeria. There will be interlopers that will come in and say, oh, this is a great day to end the country. We know our issues. Why are we not talking about our issues? Okay. We speak as if everybody is supposed to financially...
Dr. Fashua. Dr. Fashua, sorry, we're getting pressed for time, so we want to get comments from the other guests before we wrap up to this conversation. There's an issue that we'll have to return to subsequently. But I just want to, Nata Okongo, before I bring you in, sometimes it is also useful to address some of these absolute comparisons. The U.S. is often referred to as a continent in terms of size. I mean, 3 time zones that you have. Look at its population, look at what it has, and look at its productive capacity. But that alone doesn't measure the value of its currency versus countries that are smaller in size or much smaller in economy. I just cite 2 examples. Dr. Fashua was talking about Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe's currency went into a tailspin only in this century. In 1987, take this to the bank, the highest denomination of the Zimbabwean dollar was 20 Zim dollars. And the exchange rate at that time was 2 Zimbabwean dollars to 1 American dollar. 3 Zim dollars to 1 British pound sterling. Down below, Botswana, exchange rate of Pula, that's the national currency, to the US dollar. Botswana's population will run about 1.something million, now it's about 3 million. Exchange rate, 1 Botswana Pula to 1 American dollar. At some point, it came down to about 0.9 something Pula to the US dollar. So let's just be clear about some of this. The size probably may not just matter, but how do we fix ourselves?
Thank you. Zimbabwe, very good example. I have some things I'm doing in Zimbabwe, and I have partners in Zimbabwe. Just yesterday we were having a conversation, and this thing you said, Kingsley, came up, and I said, what went wrong? Now, you gave the white man back his Bible and took your land. What have you done with it? At the point in time, Zimbabwe was exchanging at 1.2, 2.2. What were they doing? The land was working. Zimbabwe was exporting. They took back the land, abandoned it, and started struggling for political positions. Botswana, that has 3 million people, is one of the biggest exporters, of cattle, of meat, of milk in Africa. Has one of the strongest, economies, just based on the fact that they have 1 or 2, kimberlite pipes, which is where you find diamonds. Going forward, very simple. First and foremost, Dr. Gwadebe had given it from that BDC angle. We need to rethink this strategy. What he just said is very simple. Place the BDCs where they should be, place the banks where they should be, let the central bank do what it's supposed to do as a regulator. And get everybody on that table, and we start running. People should realize that the greatest coward you can ever want to do business with is money. It is the biggest coward in the room. The moment he sees any threat, he flees. So money is fleeing because...
Gentlemen, honestly, it's really unfortunate we're going to stop you here, because of time. As my colleague did mention, we could have another round of this conversation in the nearest future, because of course it's very pervasive and is affecting the fabric of the nation's life. All right. At this point, I'd like to thank you for being here this morning. Dr. Kengu, development economist, you're always available whenever we need you. We appreciate that. Thank you indeed.
Thank you.
Dr. Aminu Gwadebe, President Association of the Bureau of the Change Operators of Nigeria, APCON. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
For being part of our program. Well, via Zoom, we had Dr. Hassan Mahmoud, Director Monetary Policy, CBN. It's also a pleasure having you this morning. We will have more time for you because there are a number of issues that you needed to address, in this conversation. We'll do that next time around. But for now, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us on the program. And via Zoom, we also had Tobe Faswa, an economist. It's also been very, very insightful this morning on this conversation. So that's how it's been on today's edition of Good Morning Nigeria. My name is Kiri Enumayo. Thank you for watching and do have a great day.
And I'm Kingsley Osagoloso. Look after yourselves. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTA. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International. Your window to the world.
Our pastors, our imams, in every church, in every mosque, please realize that in the course of praying for peaceful and transparent elections, we all have duties beyond prayers. If we want a stable society before, during and after the elections, what should you be saying to those that worship with you? All Sundays and all Fridays, you are saddled with the responsibility of bringing up good generations. It is therefore your duty to both man and God to ensure peace all the time, no matter about elections alone. People talk to people and people listen. Talk to your followers. Make them listen to ensure peaceful 2023 elections. This message is from the National Orientation Agency.
What does it take to get ahead in today's world? To get your dream job, the perfect girl, even a table at your favorite dance club. It takes moving fast. It takes moving at the speed of 4G. With Intel 4G LTE, you've got it all covered. That's because you have access to super fast unlimited data that enables you move as fast as the speed of light. Now, no download is too heavy. No conversation too long. Nothing is impossible. Get Intel 4G LTE Advanced today and do so much more. Intel. Live more.
Welcome to Africa, the land of ancient civilization.
National Broadcasting Commission has observed with concern the misuse of the airwaves to propagate incendiary materials by different groups in some broadcasting stations in recent times. While appreciating the need for educating, informing, and enlightening the public on issues bordering on our national development, the Commission wishes to seize this opportunity to advise broadcasters.
This is the network service of the NTA.
To some people, it's just a saying, but it's the truth. It's something that truly happens, and I've seen it happening. Welcome. This is Thoughts for the Week with me, Cordelia Obe. Now, let's start off by, answering some of these questions. Do you have parents who maybe now have retired, have gone back to the village, maybe they're somewhere close to you, or your in-laws? You have? Now the next question is, how often do you reach out to them? How often do you care for them? Question. Think about that. There are people who believe that they do not owe their parents anything at all. That after all, did I beg you to call me from heaven? I was staying on my own JJ when you gave birth to me. Sending them to school, doing this and that. It's something you ought to have done for them because you fathered them or mothered them, so they have come to believe, so they have come to say. But our elders, are they very happy with this? Not so. Let me share a story with you that our elders shared with us. The story of the woodpecker. The woodpecker is a bird that digs very well into wood and all that. It digs very well. At a point, the old mother had wanted to see him. Oh, I'll see her later, I'll see her later, I'll see her later. She kept saying that, procrastinating. And then the woodpecker had this very beautiful plan that whenever the old mother dies, he was going to dig a very beautiful grave for the mother using his very powerful beak. And alas, the mother died. And the woodpecker, on that very day of the burial, had a big ball on his beak. And so, the woodpecker could not do what he had dreamt of doing, digging a big grave for the mother. Our elders say, if your relation is dancing well in an arena, but you do not have money to dole on him, your hearty cheers would do. Put simply, you may not have much to give to your parents right now, but your encouragement, talking to them, talking with them, visiting them when you can, would go a long way. It will be like you are cheering them on for all the work they've done. Come to see that in this region, and maybe other parts of the world, I don't know about them, I'll speak about this region. You'll find that when somebody dies, an old man, woman dies, you find everybody rallying around the children trying to raise money to do what? To go and modify their home house, or to try and build a house before they can bury their loved ones. That can be very painful, especially when, maybe when they were alive, you didn't do anything at all for them. Now let me share some of these quotes with you. To care for those who once cared for you is one of the highest honors. Parents, they didn't leave you when you were young, so don't leave them when they are old. So, our thoughts for the week. Are you one of those who believe that your parents, you do not owe them anything when they become old and all retired because they did what they had to do for you because they gave birth to you and so on? Till I come your way again, do think about these things and remember that what goes around comes around. My name is Cordelia Obe. Take care.
Then we wake up, we see ourselves held and hearty. We give thanks. Be it man or woman, we are always grateful for the gift of a new day. My name is Elizabeth and the show is Conversations. And Conversation, if you recall, from inception was actually designed for women, even though a lot of times we have had one or two occasions where men joined us. Yes. And today, no, we did invite one or two men, and I don't know if they're going to show up or they're just simply scared of the topic. Yes, topic. What is it? Coping with the job of being a woman. All of us at the moment are women, and I know that as women we have a lot of things, you know, in our head, because they say we have several boxes. Am I right? And the men have just one box. But I keep wondering, where is this box stored off in my brain? I've been checking. I can't seem to, you know, find the box. But anyway, let's get to meet you.
My name is Maimuna Omi Abdullah, aka Coach Diddy.
Okay.
Yes, my name is Devan Hamati, your mom.
Christabel Iwago.
Okay. All right. So all of us are seated, and we're going to be thinking and speaking just as you are thinking, and probably writing to us via social media handle, all about being a woman. But then my reading team went out and did something. They tried to find out from men what they think of women. What is it that is confusing to them? And you'll be amazed at the answers. Let's see this.
This one will go the man house. The man go to beat them, to eat them. Then go still there. What they do when you are not understand. Then go say, then go enjoy until they kill you before you enjoy.
Why a woman will go there and undergo surgery just to impress a man who will end up living up? No, the reason why they go when they go for surgery to impress a man who will still end up living up. No, really know.
Women spray their head. I don't know the reason why they spray their head. I don't know whether they are spreading their head. I don't even understand it. Another one is putting chains on their legs. I don't even understand it. Whether we don't know who taught them that. This is not our culture. Most of them borrowed it from outside country. Most of them are doing it for useless purposes. So I don't know. So they have not even given us answers for those things. Another thing is some of their makeups are getting out of hand. We don't even know whether this is African culture or it is European culture.
A beautiful girl will live a relationship like I did the girl. Like if you come one day, I did give everything you want and they do okay from house. Tomorrow I was staying with another guy. Like I don't know what thing they find with that other guy. I know they okay for us or something like it's very annoying and pathetic. I don't understand.
I don't understand what all these women where they carry bad makeup they walk around. So someone don't find whether they make up, make up. That one, even some of them they think they make them they ugly because as they rub on too much, they think they look like say they know from this world. But if you do them small, in a moderate way, you go find.
Most women avoid the part of the husband for house. Women be say, okay, imagine say woman go cook food for house. So you say your guy will marry for house, give you money to cook. Okay, now the food now you can condition like food. You go cook place, carry give pastor. You go cook and daddy, need that for daddy. What to say daddy? But your guy marry for house, say you go for buy price. You never cook and daddy for house. But pastor, imagine they call pastor daddy. You go push chicken, put a key. But man, you don't even do all those things. Say they even they give.
I just wish I could read their minds, see what's in their minds, because they can tell you something and then in their minds they mean something else. But you being a man, you can't treat them completely.
These women where they put pressure from
their husband body, when they do a big wedding, at the end they go come dey quarrel, they get issue because of money wey dem borrow. When they fit do small wedding.
Again, there's some mood swings. You know, women love it's like a nature in them. They always have this mood swing, and when you feel you know how to make them come out of that mood swing, it's like it's not working. Secondly, they know how to keep secret a lot. You might feel you know this person know her for long, but to surprise you to know that she knows certain things about her, and they will always give a cogent reason why they didn't want you to know about it.
Okay. Anyway, the men finished us, right? They try, Sha. It's a perception of who we are. But the thing is, I always ask myself, do I even understand who I am as a woman? Do you understand yourself as a woman? All the time?
A work in progress, no, definitely.
It's a work in progress,
work
right?
In progress.
Do you?
I don't know.
It's amazing.
I know, I think I ordinarily know how I would react in certain circumstances. What I have very strong views about certain things. I think I have a firm grasp of things I would not do, don't want to do, and things like that. So I guess it's fair to say I think I know myself well enough.
As a woman?
Yeah, I think I do.
Priscilla, do you understand yourself all the time as a woman?
I'm still learning. Definitely it changes with as I learn from different people, from different societies, different cultures. But yes, definitely, as she said, a work in progress.
I think it's work in progress for all of us, even up till our old age, because sometimes there are times you actually set out to do something and you have a roadmap. If it's in the TV, we say storyboard. Everything is aligned. But you always end up moving a different direction. And that's not quite always the same for the men. Why are we, not that easy, to follow our tracks?
I think it's many things. Patriarchy for one, honestly. Dare I say, many times in society, men have it easier. Women, we've been raised with so many limiting beliefs already as a child. As a girl child, you've been raised to serve. Serve your father, serve your mother, serve your brothers, serve your family. Then you're told you're going to get married, serve your husband, serve your in-laws. You are told to serve. Then you serve your children. We were never told we were going to serve ourselves as well. Give to people, but also
sometimes if you cook and eat first, they say this woman.
Yes, not be a good woman. Yes. No matter how hungry you are, you're expected to serve others. And that's not a bad thing. I keep telling women, it's not a bad thing to serve people. It's not a bad thing to serve your family, but you should serve yourself as well. Treat people, love people, be kind to people, and be kind to yourself as well. And I think that's one thing we haven't been raised to know, to understand. So we grow up with this limiting belief that we are not good enough. We can't do certain things because of how we were raised. And I think that's what we have to work on our own daughters.
Yes.
To understand that life is infinite, limitless possibilities. You can do anything you want to do, just like anyone else can.
Okay, let me go back to Devon, because I know Devon on your YouTube channel you often try to talk to a lot of people, especially the young ones. I watch you every now and then. I'd like to know, what are those challenges the girl child, let me start from the girl child, not just the women, the girl child has growing up in the society?
I'm going to align with what Coach Didi said. Although I didn't grow up in that kind of home. But it is typical that in most homes, young girls are taught that they are second-class citizens to their brothers. So let's take a home, for instance, where you have two girls as the first two kids. And let's say it's a family of 5 kids, and the first 2 are girls. Despite the fact that they're older, and ordinarily in society, culturally, what we have is the younger ones catering to the older ones out of respect and things like that, the power balance shifts. The girls are expected to
cater for the boys,
cater to their brothers, not necessarily because they're older and therefore they are more versatile, they are better at handling things around the house. They are expected to cater to their brothers because their brothers are male.
You see, you're saying
so that it gets to the point where they are required to do the laundry for their brothers, not because their brothers are incapacitated, cannot.
But the men should be strong enough to do the laundry. They're actually stronger, with stronger, muscles and all that.
So it's not because he's too young. We could be talking of a young man who is about 12 or 13, and he's maybe they have the kind of home where the mom expects his 18-year-old sister to wash his clothes for him because he's a boy. And it gets really nasty when it's the only son. It really gets bad, because at that point, and I'm sorry, I'm going to put this blame mostly on mothers. It's mothers that have that thing going, and you would think that because they are women themselves, they should be interested in protecting their daughters and empowering them, and usually that is not the case. Usually women tend to be the defenders of patriarchy, and
my friend calls them the gatekeepers of patriarchy.
Yes,
we are the gatekeepers of patriarchy.
Now, to further expatiate, you will now find that, let's say, this same family of 5 now, let's assume that you have 4 daughters, and then there's this crazy family of 12, right? Family of 12.
From one mother?
Yes, one mother. And
12.
Yes, the guy is my friend, lovely person. That's the first person I'll meet who's an only son, and he's
family of 12 and one man.
And he's a good person.
11 sisters.
11 sisters.
Wow.
And you could tell that his mother was looking for a son.
Yeah.
Because the first 10 were girls. So he was number 11 and he was a boy. So she tried her luck again and it was a girl, so she stopped. So that's how desperate we can get. Now, this one was a nice person, very nice person, well-raised, good person. But ordinarily, because this woman has spent so much time looking for that precious son that will help her to establish her stamp in the house as a proper wife. Because there are some cultures where you can have those 10 girls and you never born yet.
Never born. Yeah, true.
Yes. So now that precious son has been born, and God forbid he should come and look like the father. Problem. The actual father himself will now become third-class citizen, because mommy will forget everything and begin to worship this. I'm sorry. No, it gets annoying. You understand? Everybody is expected to worship at his feet. If he resembles the husband or he resembles her own father that used to pet him, he becomes spoiled. He can be rude to everybody and all of this. Now he now grows up and becomes a really nasty husband to one unfortunate girl. And who created him? The mother.
Yes.
And she will force all his sisters to worship him. They are washing his clothes, they are cooking for him. If everybody is eating samo, he will eat pounded yam. If nobody has pocket money,
without meaning to cut
if it means buy the bottle still, little junior is going to have pocket money.
Okay, so Kevin, you're the only man.
Mr. Fineface,
he's the only man.
You're welcome. Blessed are thou among women. It's like you came in just when I was pouncing on the only son syndrome.
Oh really?
Yes.
I'm like,
yes, so let me cuckoo face you.
Morning ladies.
Yes, let me never allow you to sit down properly. I was talking about how women are to blame for toxic sons. I know we're talking about women. Sometimes. I know we're talking about women.
Yeah.
But we're talking about the challenges of the girl child. And so I was focusing on how in many homes, girl children are expected to bow down even for their younger brothers. And that's how many men grow up to be really nasty husbands. Because they are being worshipped by their mothers, they are being worshipped by their sisters. And the father realizes quickly that he's outnumbered. He's not about to start fighting with his wife. If she wants to worship her son, she should enjoy herself. So he takes the back seat. And little Junior now becomes the man of the house, essentially.
They actually call such people, the mothers will say, oh, my daddy. Or if he's a Yoruba, call me. That's not the husband.
It's like, it's like they create the version. Mothers, it's you I'm blaming, as a mother myself. It's like we create a version of the husband we would have liked to have.
But that I think that not exactly, because you know why I'm saying this. When I have trainings for women, I always say this: let's raise the men of our dreams. Why? That man, that child of yours, is going to be a husband someday. So how you raise him is important. If you wanted a nice and caring husband who dotes on you, raise a child who would do that.
Yes, the problem is now when that young man goes and marries, then his wife becomes your enemy. For many of them.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep it up.
Fine, please.
You're on the you're a younger version.
Yeah.
I want to hear from you. Growing up as a young girl, you're still very young. You know, what are those?
And we're not that old, my sister.
We're not that old now. Yes, she's just young. We were just 16. So, what are those things you find, confusing for you as a woman, especially when it comes to family, societal expectations?
Well, growing up, I grew up half here in Nigeria and the other half in the US. My challenges were societal expectations and values, especially now in the age of social media, basically straddling between modesty and basically the attention-seeking behavior of social media and my generation, and how to sort of
Gen Z.
Technically I'm a millennial, but millennial Gen Z, and basically how to straddle that line between look at me, and trying to be humble and modest. And these days attention is currency, and unfortunately people go a bit too far, and especially as women, trying to protect yourself, trying to protect your values. Sometimes it can go to your head, and you lose sort of your place and your values, trying to chase those attentions.
Okay, so now the attention, like you said, is currency, because a lot of people, I remember one person, I don't want to call names here, on social media, who actually went on public space to tell us that she doesn't wear undergarments, as a matter of fact, that is not trendy, that it's better to go the way you are. And people started chasing her because of it. Recently, a certain man of God was tagged along with several other names, and then the same lady came out and said, why is my name not in that list?
Oh!
Yeah, sure, she did. I don't feel she's doing all of this because she's looking for attention. And each time she makes those negative things, more people go to her pages, follow her up and all of that. I'd like to know, for you, do such things really push you to try to throw a bit of you, also in the social media?
I try. I've been tempted. I'll be lying if I say I haven't been. I know my dad definitely would be like, not texting me, take that down, those pictures that I've modeled. And if my mom, trying to, in her heyday, of course, with the hot red lipstick and nail polish, she's like, oh, go girl, but, straddle that line, that fine line, and my dad's like, don't show your body, but there's a way to do it, to be elegant and not raunchy, and I find that people are not, by women, just my generation, can be on the bit of a raunchy side, but to each their own. Finding empowerment has been a journey for us, and that I think that is what it is to be a human and to be a woman generally, is to find your own path, but remaining true to yourself, and staying safe is definitely an important part of it. I find that the issues that men have as far as safety, walking down the street with no undergarments. It's certainly something I personally wouldn't want to do. I would think twice about it, but men don't have to think about those things. But it's just one of those things that you have to think about as a woman, staying safe while finding a way to empower yourself and just maintaining your self-worth and values and you know, what your parents teach you to...
If I may come in with the undergarment thing, it's very common. I don't want to say it.
I don't want to say it as well.
I can safely tell you that there's at least half of Nigerian women that don't wear undergarments. I can tell you that.
Like in the house or outside?
Outside. You don't tell everywhere. Just tell everyone.
Yeah. But the thing is, they don't tell anybody, so you don't know, because it's not about sex appeal.
No, I'd like to know if you start what your monthly business. So how do you go about it?
No, of course, that's different now. You must.
Okay, that time you have to.
You have to. But what I'm saying is that it's extremely common.
It's extremely common, I know. Yeah.
There's a reason for it. I won't go into it because it affects a certain subsector. I don't want it to come up as if I'm saying that those people are indecent. It's not about decency or indecency, sexiness or anything. But there's an entire subsector of women that don't ordinarily use
and not exactly undergarments. It's not just undergarments. Not undergarments. They use their bras, they use their underskirt, but perhaps not the pants.
Not the pants. Yeah. There are many that don't, but you wouldn't know if they don't tell you because they are properly, decently covered. And they are not running around whispering and telling the whole world.
No, I mean, she turned around and looked at whispering on my own side. I mean,
I didn't look at you.
Okay, so anyway, I wonder why is it a challenge, for the undergarments? I mean, we see.
Liz was just talking about a woman who came on social media to encourage.
But I think it's something we need to also understand that culture differs, and what is currently happening in the society, people actually having cross-fertilization of cultures. I mean, they pick up from different cultures, and we tend to be more traditional in this part of our clients because we grew up with that structured approach to etiquette. A woman must be this, a woman must be that, and the men tend to be more like the kings at home. So we tend to look at it from that perspective. But with the globalization of learning and how we intend to infuse, you realize that people are actually copying cultures from different places. I mean, if you go to the Zulu land, for instance, they don't wear underpants. They don't.
Okay, no.
Yeah, they're actually bare. If you go to Koma Hills in Nigeria, they don't wear underpants. It's just who they are. Until most recently, they were able to start giving them something to cover themselves, but they still don't do it, right? So we can appreciate them for that. Okay. I mean, we see the pants that looks like, should I say strings? No covers. I mean,
right, so without meaning to change our topics, I want to get right back to where we were. I know earlier on the Vox Pop, a lot of men, told us a lot of things they would wish they understood better about women. I'm wondering, for you, some mentioned something about the hormones and all of that. What are the things you find complicating, to understand about women?
First, it's going to be an aberration for any man to think you want to understand a woman. It's not in the place of any man to understand a woman. Never try that, because a woman is dynamically designed never to be understood. Yes. The best you can.
Let him finish now.
The best you can do with a woman is basically asking to know how best to be able to serve her.
I like that one.
Yeah, okay. You saved yourself.
Good. So how best to serve her? Because see, a lot of the times what has happened is that as a man, I've actually been a victim in the sense that my marriage crashed because of that. Trying to love my wife, my ex then, because I believe that's the best way to love her. But I learned the lesson the hard way. Right? It is best to love a woman based on her terms. She loves to eat shawarma today. She requested for it, craved for it, asked for everything. You did everything possible to get her to her by 2 p.m. Tomorrow, don't try that same thing tomorrow for her, because she will reject it and she will ask you so many questions. And that can affect your self-esteem because you're having a rejection. Oh, she called you out in the middle of the night to say that she did this, right? don't think that is what she actually really needed all the time.
Are you trying to say they were unstable?
Not necessarily being unstable. I think no, not pregnant. It's actually the mix of the woman. Now, a lot do not get to understand this part of themselves because of societal or religious limitations. But those who actually discover self realize that the best way you can actually relate to the woman. The woman says she needs a 3310 phone. Don't buy an iPhone because you want to place value on her. Don't buy an iPhone because buying an iPhone has not given her what she truly needs. Basically, you're actually exercising your authority over her, and that can create conflict.
So you buy a 33?
You buy the 33 phone. Now, if you want to buy an iPhone, you'll be able to explain to her the importance of the iPhone, how best it would be. If she assimilates and understands that, then you can buy an iPhone. If she says, okay, I think I will need this. But if it's a subset, in her subconscious mind, she still desires the 3310 phone because she has already concluded her thoughts for 3310 phone. So she will still be talking about your telephone. Borrow, get some money from your wife and maybe tend to pay her back without telling her that you're paying her back the money. She still requests for the money that you're owing her. If you have to give her much more than that. Why is it so? That tells you. No, come on, no.
We actually have a little more insight.
Yeah, because I had to learn the hard way, right?
No, but I do disagree about the shawarma and the suet.
No, I think you need shawarma just.
No, I know, but I need to understand something.
Yeah.
She wanted shawarma at that time.
Yeah.
I think shawarma doesn't have to want shawarma tomorrow.
That's what I'm saying. I said, for us as men, the thinking is that, oh, she loves shawarma, which means I should be getting it, because a man always wants to do something to impress his wife or his woman. A man is designed to serve a woman. A woman is designed to respect a man. But see, can you repeat that? Yes, a man is designed to serve a woman. See, from the scriptures, I'm a Christian, you read, when Adam saw Eve, you're like, wow, what a woman, right? It kind of like exclaims and needed to serve her. She's supposed to be a helpmeet, not a servant. Now, society over time has evolved because of how demands are coming. We tend to see roles being played, either interchangeably by both sexes. So you see a woman trying to be the man, it's a man trying to be a woman. Now there are personality differences that oftentimes conflict with certain realities. There are women who are goal-getter, achievement driven. We want to see that they oftentimes get attracted to men who are laid back, because those laid back men tend to be more family oriented. Right,
so it's good to have a house husband. If a man wants to be,
if a man wants to be, but it is normally in the place of a woman to domesticate a man, because doing so you are sure going to have conflict. No man wants to be seen in that order, but a man can submit himself in doing that to show his love, his admiration for the woman that he loves. Not necessarily that he wants to be subjected to be so. So if he's doing that and you think that that's his core responsibility, he will get to resist it, because authority in any given environment is resisted. Now, talking about men's sons, right?
Okay, now you're talking about that on the men. I see you're championing your gender.
No.
Situation where it said that naturally that the woman is to be submissive to the man, and the man should show her all of the love and admiration, including provision, because it says, for God so loved the world that he gave.
Yeah.
So if you love the woman the way you should empty yourself for that woman. Now the men make the women work their themselves out. They even remind you that after all, Mr. This, his wife is the one that bought house for him. Mr. That, the wife is the one that changed his car for you. You have been working. What are you doing with your money? Every day you carry bag and go to work and come back. Is that not also subjecting that man to extreme pressure?
Well, you see,
the woman,
okay. Here's the thing. There's a problem with the recruitment process. How did you both get to meet? What are the things, the terms that you agreed upon from the beginning? You see, once you don't define how your relationship is going to be, what happens?
Marriage is not recruitment.
No, it's a recruitment process. It is. Before you get involved in that entanglement or situationship, right? Is it that a relationship or situationship? Yes, it's that both. Before you get into that, it's not just by the likeness or the attraction that get to keep you both together. There are basic expectations. Are you able to communicate your expectations to your partner, and basically telling the partner where the person comes in to play the roles that are expected to be played? Why would a woman, because you earn money, because you have the traditional thinking, you think that is a man's responsibility and will not want to support in any cause? That's short wickedness. frankly speaking. For any good woman, she understands, okay, my husband is supposed to do all of this for me, but she supports him in a manner that does not necessarily show that she's trying to be that in that affront to to kind of suppress him. She does that with respect, with some level of submission.
It's not even the woman, it's the man that is insisting.
A man wouldn't insist on a woman doing that. A man who says a man doing that is actually not truly a man, it's just a castrated male who tend to actually find himself in that direction. Because a man's pride, right, is not something you contest in the public. It's not something you contest even in the secret. It's an innate behavior that springs up on its own. It's not learned. A man's pride is not learned. Check any little boy. The moment there's no man in the house, the boy takes over. He starts playing that role of manhood in that family. Check even in animal kingdom. It's there. It's an innate behavior. It's not something I'm going to be contested to try to act to after a while. So any man who tends to act otherwise is being domesticated in such a way that he begins to feel entitled to think that he must subject a woman. No man has right to subject a woman. We're first human beings.
Okay, you were going to add something to.
Well, I kind of feel as if we're hearing although it's all very interesting and everything. The challenges of being a woman. We've talked about Gen Z, millennials, and struggling with online scandal, drama, and all of that. We talked about the home and how young ladies are raised to think that every male in the space is more important than they are, and so on and so forth. So it's something that happens in a kind of like a gradation. Each age group of women or females within our cultural context have what they are dealing with at different times. In the marriage, you're dealing with this. If you're growing up in your parents' home, you're dealing with this. If it's in school, if it's at work, if it's some kind of trade, and so on and so forth. I spoke about the home and how some mothers can be very toxic because they think that they're trying to show their sons love and wind up giving their daughters the impression that they are less than. Such girls are going to latch onto men that dominate them, subdue them, treat them badly because subconsciously they've been wired to think that's the proper thing.
If I was talking with one of our team members yesterday, the person said to some of us, if a man does not beat you, we don't actually believe he loves us.
Exactly. And there's a pervasive thinking like that among women. Because I didn't grow up in a home where I was physically chastised. If I was naughty, I got a scolding, maybe I was told to kneel down, he beat me up. So I started wondering, is it people, young ladies who grew up in homes where they were regularly physically beaten? You know, if your parent strikes you, many will come back later on and say, listen, I struck you because you did this and this wrong. I was trying to correct you, and so on and so forth. So they develop a mental picture that, oh, okay, this is an expression of love. Therefore, if I'm with a man and I set my foot wrong, as an authority figure over me, he should strike me. I mean, if you're married, you subject yourself to your husband's authority.
No, but sometimes the culture also permits that.
Yeah, I'm getting somewhere, and so because of that, I feel that my husband or my boyfriend, who is an authority over me, if I've done something to offend them, if they love me, they will correct me by striking me. And that is why when you begin to enter the realm of gender-based violence and things like this, it's very dicey and difficult to manage. And you'll find that in many cases, law enforcement don't even want to go there. You take such cases to the police, 9 out of 10 times they're telling you to go back home and sort it out yourself, because they get deeply involved, and then before you know it, the two have reconciled, and then you start feeling stupid and you wonder what you're even doing there in the first place, and so on. So, and then there's also the cultural aspect, I guess. I don't know whether there are some cultures that encourage chastisement of women. I don't know that.
Yeah, they do.
Do you have one? Do you know any culture?
I do. I mean, a lady just asked recently, if it was a Yoruba thing. She had this in-law who's 28 years and she's 32. The in-law just said, she cooks.
Male or female?
Male.
Okay.
So it's actually that the male in-law is like the senior to the woman, irrespective of her age.
Okay.
In the culture. And I asked, I said, yes, that it was something was practiced by society as involved. People need to change that. But it has not changed. The guy went to the kitchen, ate everything. She came back on not seen anything. She complained. And the husband said she had to go and apologize to the kid brother, which is actually older than. I'm like, why would I do that? And she must need her to do that.
Are you serious?
Is she also Yoruba?
No.
Also.
A different culture, right?
No, hang on. In my house, right at home, my in-law comes in. I would have finished cooking, and he goes to my pots.
After serving him, then he goes into the kitchen
and helps himself.
And finish whatever was there. And then the lady came back and didn't say anything to
eat. Then I get angry, and I'm asked to apologize.
Yeah.
Please, I need to go to those people's house.
Okay. Then secondly, there's another case again in question. She said she served her husband, food. Then her son, who was about a year 3 months, picked up the meat from the bowl. And she took it out from the bank, spanked the baby. The husband got upset for spanking the baby for the food that he bought, and asked that she should kneel down to apologize to the son and himself.
Which classroom is that?
No. That's
an extreme
not the problem with the male. That's a culture. That's his problem.
No, it is culture infused. It is culture infused. To the best of my knowledge, I might be wrong, she's here. The best of the females in the north, based on religion, most cases get married to the worst of the males in the north.
Really?
Yes, it is educationally, yes. You see a lady that is well educated, high class, she's forced to get married to someone far lower than her. You know what happens with that? Is she's oftentimes, proven to be told that she's lesser. So she must submit. So even when she tends to want to speak, the first thing that does is that is the man of the house. She needs to give respect. Now is far less educated than herself, but she has to be subjected to that.
You're talking about Northern Nigeria?
Yes.
A movie?
Not a movie. It's an experience. It's an experience.
No Igbos who graduate, who married almost illiterate Igbo men.
I was going to say it's not a Northern thing.
No, I said an experience. Don't get me wrong. I said an experience.
Okay.
From my experience.
So don't.
I'm not generalizing. I said from my experience. It's not a generalization.
Okay.
It's a perspective.
Okay.
It's a perspective. So it's not generalization.
I still want to pick up from what those young people or the respondents said. One of them said that one of the problems they have is the women are not very stable with their emotions. I don't know. I sometimes just want to cry and I feel entitled. And I go
tell me about it.
And I go I really don't have reason. And I cry, I'm satisfied, I wash my face and make a cup of coffee and drink. Is that a crime?
No. I don't know.
But if the concern, if you're married and you have a husband, you don't communicate to what's going through your head, because
you ask her, you say, I just feel like crying.
Yeah, that's
okay. Now you say you just feel like crying. You should just take it that asset. It doesn't work that way.
An underlying need.
It doesn't work that way.
Just cry like that.
A man who loves you will show concern to want to know how to ameliorate whatever it is or is a problem. Wants to show concern to the extent of asking you further and further, and that becomes more like nagging. So it's important to communicate effectively. Honey, truly there's no problem. It's just one of my moments. Those people just came from the Refinery area, so I'm trying to relieve myself of it. You make it light.
This brings to the culture of silence. When I was told about this topic about women, how women coping as a woman, one of the first things that came to my mind is the culture of silence. We have this culture when you're in pain, you're not supposed to talk about it. When you're hurt, you're not supposed to talk about it. You're a woman, you should be strong. Whatever is happening to you, you should take it in. And that's
when you're even in labor. They tell you
shouldn't cry. But pain is
only the weak ones that shout.
Absolutely. And this culture is what is leading so many women into having mental health issues. Believe me. The culture of silence. The inability to express how you feel about something. You're in so much pain, you're going through so much, and so many women have gone into drugs.
So what do we do?
Teach them, create awareness that it's okay not to be okay and speak about it.
I cry before my kids. And someone said, how would you do that? I said, because I need to let them understand that it is strength that makes you tear up. When you bottle up your tears and trying to be the man or be the woman or try to want to shut off things, you suffer the more.
Absolutely.
Tears is the easiest way God has actually
I agree
created.
with you, Kevin. Let me say something. I have my son when he was about 16. I think he just finished secondary school. I had raised my kids to understand that pain is okay and crying as boys is okay. One day he came up to me, I think after he finished secondary school. He said, "Didi, you said it's okay for a guy to cry. But my friend said it's not true, that men don't cry." And I asked him, I said, "Gidado, do you feel pain?" He said, "Yes." "When someone hurts you, do you feel bad and you feel like crying?" He said, "Yes." "Why do you think that is?" It's natural. You don't have to cry in front of him or the person. You can go into your room and cry. But the feeling of crying or vulnerability is a natural thing. And you can express it. I'm telling you, and that's the problem of society, because we are raising boys who shouldn't feel that, who feel that if they cry, they are less. They are not strong men because they shouldn't cry.
They get bullied for it and all of that.
You have to get them to unlearn it. You see how society works.
Without meaning to cut short, one thing men do not understand is when they show less of strength, the women in their lives, from their mothers, their sisters, their wives, their friends, appreciate them better. But when at all times you're trying to become that Goliath, trying to become that very strong character, they will hit things on you, but once in a while it's actually very nice for you to be relaxed. The same goes for a woman who is always trying to be the tiger, never giving up. You lose your appeal, in front of your man, in front of men around you. You lose the appeal. It is very, very okay to be the woman. It is very, very okay not to know anything. Sometimes they ask you, say, "I don't know this one, please teach me." It makes you more human. You're not an encyclopedia. Even Google the other day, I typed something, say, "Please, are you sure the spelling is correct?" I said, "Well, I'm not the only one. Google does not know this." But going back to the hormonal imbalance, how do you manage that?
Well, I just at least know that you keep up your cycle, and you make sure that I personally know
all those PMs and...
You're right. Well, first I journal, so at least I get my emotions out in a healthy way. And I make sure I talk to other people.
Okay, so you try to write them down. Not on social media.
Not on social media. No, social media. No. Social media is not your therapist, people. Please, keep it to yourself, right? No. Get friends, physical friends, not friends on Facebook. Mm-hmm. Get a therapist. Therapist is real. Therapy is really good. And get a journal. I write, and also keep up with your cycle, so you know exactly when it's.
When those demons are coming out.
Not demons.
I mean, what do you call demons? The things we don't understand.
No. But those hormones, the hormones do. But those.
But some react in some ways. You get to wonder. I have a 15-year-old daughter. I mean, from the very first day before I started Googling to know what I need to do, asking questions what needs to be done, because I live with these kids. So once it pops up, she tells me it's around. I said, okay. So I tell the brother, your sister is in this period now. You need to learn how to manage her. Avoid those things that need to be avoided, right? So that's how we live.
That's beautiful.
So
them to even learn.
I think that she needs to do ordinarily. She doesn't get them anymore because she's going through such experience. So he does those things. Understanding. We need to teach our kids and learn how to communicate how they feel, what they expect, and what they don't like. It's very important. Then our women also need to understand that the men are not psychic beings who want to be able to read the palms and understand what's going on in their head.
Sometimes we don't even know. Sometimes we don't know why we want to cry.
No, not to cut it short, right? Something what I've also learned is that a lot of women tend to copy this behavior. A woman who is in labor, she's cursing because she has other women curses.
No.
I've seen that. I was in the hospital. I
wasn't trying to copy anybody.
No, I was in labor. I was there.
You were there. When you are in pain, when you are in pain, you don't copy another person.
Does it mean that you have to curse? Does it mean that you have to grab the guy and bite him? Does it mean that you have to do that?
She didn't go to bite somebody.
Yeah, because they see it, or it's an innate behavior, right?
No.
Is it innate behavior?
Have you ever experienced genuine pain?
Of course, I've.
He wouldn't understand it.
Wait,
That's
no,
not.
hang on.
Have you had ear pain before?
I've not
even given
Or tooth pain before?
Please wait. Yes,
Genuine pain. Ear pain,
I've
tooth
lost
pain.
3 teeth to dentists, so I know
Okay.
what toothache is.
Okay.
Have you ever been in genuine pain and you were thinking, who is your favorite actor? No, just who is your favorite actor? Male.
Male?
Yeah.
No, you could say Kevin.
Kevin. Kevin Costner.
Yeah.
Okay, so okay, you were in pain, right? And you're thinking to yourself, that last time Kevin Costner was in pain in that movie, how was he shouting?
Nobody does
Okay, let me say how.
Learn behavior.
No.
You're thinking of Kevin. How he's shouting it.
I'm trying to tell you that you can't do it.
No, you can't.
You can't think
You're
of
not
it.
even thinking straight. At that time, you cannot remember anything at that time.
Nothing that can
You know,
be
I had sciatica, right? I had sciatica a few months back, and the pain was intense. I could not even move. Now,
What is that?
It's more like your inflammation around the pelvic area and the hip.
Oh.
You know, so intense.
The sciatic nerve.
Yeah.
But how long did you have that pain? An hour?
No.
30 minutes?
No.
15 minutes?
2 days. 2 days.
Okay.
It was intense. It was crazy.
Okay. Then.
And at some point, I just said, maybe this is just it, right? Because I started thinking of how to put some things together, you know, to talk to my kids, because it was crazy. Now,
Sorry, I'm laughing at you.
no, it's okay. What's information you have at your disposal before the pains? I think it's one of the most things that hospitals plays out. My thought at that particular time was what's really helped. So we need to understand this
We
thing.
can talk about labor pains with
No, we can't talk about it, right? No, we can't talk about it, but I'm saying we need to be more informed. People need to know. I know there are innate behaviors that women carry on during labor. I know there are innate behaviors depending on what family they're coming from. But we can learn some things. We can learn some
That the most successful relationships are relationships that are not based on a power play. Oh, you're supposed to submit to me. Yes, I am your this. I think the most successful relationships are relationships that are based on genuine friendship.
Absolutely.
A man who can see his wife as his friend, not as this person that's supposed to submit because you are my wife, and then
you wake up in the morning, say good morning, Kevin, you say hey, your age mate. And
so you need to go back to that place where you can play with your husband and rub his hair or his hair.
Or you look at him and say, look at him and say, see your look weird, Abby.
And you will not feel that you disrespected him. By the time you are at that place, it will be easier for your spouse or your girlfriend or whatever to tell you, listen, I'm just paced out, I feel this, and then open up the channels of communication. Allow your partner to be able to tell you what she's going through. If she thinks that she'll tell you what she's going through and you're going to be offended, she'll keep it to herself.
all right, so let's quickly talk to people who have been talking with us here. It says Akonji from Ibadan. It says both genders are so complicated in their ways. All we need to do is just pray for God's grace to help us. All right, thank you, Akonji. And this one says, I'm Ogo. I and my husband came from different states and we have 4 kids, but have never been loved or cared for by him. I used to do all the work to help him and his family. He has left me and my kids because I have no money again. Okay, I guess she was picking bills and she's no longer picking bills and is finding it not suitable. Okay, I am Precious from Benue State. How should I respond to stranger who ask me for friendship? And really, I don't know what really means, but that's a question we'll take later. Good morning. What the anchor said is not correct. Women mock and disrespect men who cry and perceive him as not man enough. No, now it's not.
I was going to talk about that.
Let's just take all of the messages that at least enough. Wow, you guys are really trying. I love this program. Thank you. So let me try and take as much as possible. I'm the only son, and I think I understand women because I have learned to live better with them over time. I understand there are many hormones influencing their mood swings. This boy, you're the only son. That's okay. Let's just take one more. Thank you very much for talking about women and how they are treated. I really appreciate it. Mrs. Joy Gabriel from Port Harcourt. Thank you. I need help. My husband does not want me to have any source of income, and I'm a mother with 7 kids. Wow. And he doesn't even give me all the necessities of life. No freedom, no friends, just living my life according to his own terms. Wow.
That's it.
Okay, so can we quickly just touch
let's talk about the crying. Now, I understand that men are human beings and they will feel overwhelmed. For me, personally, I wouldn't want any man to leave this show and then cry every 2 minutes he has a problem.
That's not I really feel that's where we're going.
No woman wants that. You will frighten your woman into thinking you are weak. And if she's the fickle type, she'll start looking for a man that is strong. Because we are culturally used to men who don't show anything of that nature. It is okay, you're a human being, you will feel overwhelmed, you might cry from time to time. Don't make it a habit of every time you're overwhelmed, tears start gushing down your face.
Don't cry.
So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that in case of that man thinking that she's now getting, don't do it like every other day in front of your wife. She's going to get frightened. She's going to
you crying. I said it can be done in public.
Yeah, in private. Yes, just like I understand it's an emotion.
Days back, I felt like crying. I locked my door. My children were in the house. I locked the door. I cried. I was playing the home theater in the room, and I made sure the audio was loud. I didn't want somebody to cajole me, so I played Burna Boy. Yeah. Last night, everybody they talk breakfast. All right, so just a parting words. Talk to the woman in Port Harcourt, please, with such kids briefly.
Well, it's all. I think it boils down to communication, really. You can't force anything, and you are the person in this relationship. You've been married and you have 7 kids, which means it's not today. So if you've had this relationship for this long, I think you still have to have a conversation. Okay. It's a conversation.
All right, Christopher, I want you to talk to your age bracket, the millennial.
But we don't even know with millennial Gen Z. What age brackets are we talking about? 30 to 35, 25 to 30.
20 to 35. Learn from your parents and learn how to speak up, basically. Learn to speak up and hold your own values.
Okay, so final words?
So the man who got lion cubs, and trained them up, and they became, very big lions and everything. Every now and then he visits them in the wild. But there's another man who loves lion and put them in the cage. So men who take women and put them in the cages are like just people who keep lions and deny them their freedom. It is important to understand every human being is a human being first. So benevolence is key in our relationship, and try to communicate. Don't cage any woman, and don't try to cage any man either.
Right,
because
so,
we won't get the best of them.
Try not to do that. That message, I'm sure, particularly goes to Mr. Gabriel. That's the husband of Joy Gabriel in Port Harcourt. Whatever you can, don't think caging your wife will create any profit for you. No, let her out. And if you're not comfortable, if you're not comfortable, please speak to people around her. We'll be here again with another exciting topic next week. Until then, if you're a woman, please enjoy being a woman. It's sweet.
Learn to be served.
Wait, can you take a picture, please?
Ensure that every news and current affairs program conforms with the provision of the Nigeria Broadcasting Code. Take their social responsibility requirements seriously. Therefore, the Commission reminds broadcasters to be guided by the provisions of the Nigeria Broadcasting Code, especially the underlisted sections 5.3.3b. The broadcasters shall, in using political materials for news and current affairs programs, avoid hate speech, inflammatory, derogatory, and divisive remarks or allusions. 5.4.1f. The broadcaster shall not transmit divisive material that may threaten or compromise the indivisibility and indissolubility of Nigeria as a sovereign state. 5.5.6. The broadcaster shall have a delay.
Hello and welcome to the news at 10 here on NTA News 24. We are broadcasting live from our studios here in Abuja, the nation's capital. I am Claire Adilabu Abdul Razak. Here are the headlines.
We are, however, making meaningful progress with the support of friendly countries like yours to sustain these fights until we overcome these challenges.
President Buhari calls for effective international collaboration to mitigate insecurity. And 5 victims of Abuja Kaduna train attack regained freedom after 4 months.
NDLEA is obliged to bring the public about this recent loss to raise people's awareness of the danger that meth production constitutes to public health.
National Drug Law Enforcement Agency busts secret meth labs in Lagos and Anambra State. The federal government disburses 66 billion naira under MSME Survival Fund. Nigeria has made a strong case for effective collaboration and cooperation by the international community towards finding lasting solutions to the prevailing challenges of security, describing them as global threats to civilization. President Muhammadu Buhari, who made the request while granting audience to new envoys posted to Nigeria, expressed belief that matters of security have become the business of all nations. Here is State House correspondent Tede Mosambu with the rest of the report.
The new envoys were in the State House, Nigeria's seat of government, to present their letters of credence to President Muhammadu Buhari. This is to mark the beginning of their representational duties in Africa's largest economy. The envoys are the Canadian High Commissioner to Nigeria, James Kingston Christophe, and the Mexican Ambassador to Nigeria, Juan Alfred Miranda Ortiz. President Muhammadu Buhari, who formally welcomed the envoys to Abuja, tasked them to not only build on the successes of their predecessors, but to further make efforts at expansion and advancement in relations with Nigeria across political, socio-economic, and cultural spheres.
The ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine has undermined the progress countries have achieved in tackling food security in the last decade, while the political instability in Libya continues to fuel terrorism in the Sahel, as well as scatter the democratic sustenance in both West and Central African regions. Nigeria is not left out of the equation as we are fighting to rid our country of banditry, kidnapping, harder farmer crisis, and insurgency. We are, however, making meaningful progress with the support of friendly countries like yours to sustain these fights until we overcome these challenges.
At the regional level, the president said Nigeria is working with other member states of ECOWAS and other regional blocs to deal with transborder and maritime crimes, illicit drugs, and human trafficking, as well as the unconstitutional changes of government. These challenges, he said, go beyond the abilities of any single country to effectively contain, and the urgent need for the world to work closely together at both bilateral and multilateral levels.
Nigeria is drawing closer to its 2023 national elections, and the candidates representing their parties at different levels are beginning to build a consensus within their respective parties in preparation for the launching of campaigns across the country soon. As the drums of campaign begin to rise, I urge you to be guided by diplomatic practice to ensure that your activities remain within the limits of your profession as you monitor the build-up and the conduct of the general elections.
The Canadian High Commissioner to Nigeria, who responded on their behalf, described as a true honor and pleasure for them to formally take up their positions in Abuja and begin official engagement with the Nigerian government.
Mr. President, we look forward to working with your ministers and officials and a wide range of stakeholders from across Nigeria to build the relationships that will underpin progress in areas of mutual interest.
And in carrying out their official responsibilities, the envoys have been asked to spare time to appreciate the uniqueness and strength in Nigeria's cultural diversities, which President Buhari said represent the pride and identity of the nation and its people. From the State House, Adamu Sambu, NTA News.
Meanwhile, President Muhammadu Buhari has paid his condolences to those who lost their loved ones in the recent barbaric terrorist attack in Sokoto, Kaduna, and Plateau states. In a statement, the president reviewed the situation following reports on the loss of several lives in the attacks and assured all possible support from the federal government to the states, reiterating the full freedom given to security forces to deal with and bring to an end what he calls madness. The president condemns the barbaric attacks on the country and assures the state of all possible support from the government of the federation. He condoled with the bereaved families and prayed for quick recovery of the injured. Additional 5 victims of train attack of the Abuja Kaduna train attack who have been in captivity for more than 4 months have regained their freedom. Among those released by the bandits include Professor University Teaching Hospital in Sokoto. Kaduna State Police Command is yet to issue official statement in connection with the release of those victims. And 2 suspected drug barons have been arrested by the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency (NDLEA) for operating clandestine methamphetamine laboratories in Lagos and a community in Oka, Anambra State. Abdul Malik Hassan reports.
Miri, known as methamphetamine, has become one of the major illicit substances produced in Nigeria. Its effect is devastating on users and believed to last longer in the body system than cocaine. So at the headquarters of the NDLEA, a press briefing holds. You could tell a disturbing competence has been discovered.
On Saturday, July 30th, 2022, when officers and men of the agency successfully busted 2 methamphetamine manufacturing facilities called meth laboratories. And the 2 laboratories were effectively decommissioned.
258.74 crystal meth retrieved, various chemicals and paraphernalia recovered. An estimated 50 kilos of methamphetamine on a weekly basis is said to be produced by these labs. At $500,000 per kg in the global market, you could tell why the production. But then, the implication is devastating.
NDLEA is obliged to brief the public about this recent bust to raise people's awareness of the danger that meth production constitutes to public health. The owner of the laboratory in VGC, for instance, was producing this highly unstable and toxic drug in a house where he lived with his family. This speaks volumes about his insensitivity to the consequences of exposing his family to the danger of hazardous chemicals.
To the public, the NDLEA give an advice. Be vigilant to your environment. Abdulmalik Hassan, NTA News.
And the situation in Kwale Area Council of the Federal Capital Territory is said to be under control, and the police is not sparing any efforts in dealing with perceived threats. Now, that is the assurance we hear from the Divisional Police Officer, Kwale Police Division, during an engagement with Nigerian Educational Research and Development Council. Ekenentule was there.
Recently, Kwale in FCT has been in the news for the wrong reasons. Stories of kidnap, threats of terrorist attack, and closure of FGC Kwale are all indications of breach of security, spreading fear across the FCT. The man in the thick of the action, DPO Kwale Police Division, says collaborative efforts with vigilantes and members of the community have produced positive results.
Sincerely speaking, for now, Kwale is calm. We have a lot of intelligence gathering from all the angles, which immediately when we receive them, we respond, whether in the night, in the day.
Indeed, security is a collective responsibility, and NERDC is not taking a backseat. For starters, they are presenting the police division with a computer and printer as they seek other ways to assist the police.
Yeah, so the whole purpose of the meeting is to actually have interaction with the police and to assure them of our cooperation, and also for them to give us the assistance in whatever form.
Intelligence information from the public will go a long way in stemming the tide of insecurity, says the DPO, as he drives away to continue his yeoman's job. NTA News.
And effective manning of the nation's borders, intelligence sharing among security agencies, and involvement of traditional institutions have been identified as the way forward in the ongoing fight against trafficking in persons in the country. Now, those were the views expounded by stakeholders at this year's World Day Against Trafficking in Persons. It was organized by the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, Yobe State Command. Adam Yusuf was there.
While recovering from prolonged period of insurgency, Yobe communities are also facing another threat of human traffickers operating at the northern part of the state, which shares international border with Niger Republic. The IDPs and other vulnerable groups have always been targets of the perpetrators, who entice their unsuspecting victims with empty assurances of better life elsewhere that often turns out to be disastrous. It is to stem this tide that NAPTIP took its sensitization campaign to a temporary shelter of some IDPs at the outskirts of Damaturu to enlighten them on the trends deployed by traffickers in the recruitment of their unsuspecting victims. This town hall meeting is also in the series of activities by NAPTIP in Yobe State to align itself with the 2022 World Day Against Trafficking in Person. Talking on the theme of this year's observance, use and abuse of technology, NAPTIP says it has gone far into partnership with Facebook and other relevant local and international bodies to tackle online recruitment, trafficking and exploitation of victims.
From January to date, we are also being able to rescue about 15 victims of human trafficking, of which they were recruited by some criminals. I can call them criminals here in the state, for all journey to the to Saudi Arabia and other parts of the world.
In their separate presentations, stakeholders urge parents to monitor their children's access to the internet and other social media platforms, as well as advocated the review of laws to decisively deal with offenders. In Damaturu, Adam Yusuf Ali, NTA News.
And you're watching the news at 10 live on NTA News 24. We have coming up.
Is all these 1.2 million beneficiaries, we can track them.
Federal government disburses 66 billion naira under MSME Survival Fund. We have details in just a moment.
This is NTA News 24.
All right, let's now join our business desk for some business stories.
United States of America's diesel exports majorly go to South American countries like Brazil, Chile and Argentina, which is to the tune of 1.4 million barrels per day, the highest in 5 years. Based on global demand, the United States is now shipping the commodity to Europe. A lot of increase is coming from Europe, which is seeking to replace Russian volumes with that of the US amid Ukraine crisis and oil and gas fuel embargo that will come into effect towards the end of the year. A deepening dependency on US diesel deliveries in many parts of the world could lead to problems in the coming months as domestic demand for the fuel increases while production fails to increase at the same rate. Another envisaged challenge will come from higher domestic demand as farmers begin to harvest in the Midwest, and harvest season will commence in Brazil in earnest, a big buyer of US diesel. Diesel inventories in the United States have been in decline for much of this year as demand for fuel has continued to recover from the pandemic faster than supply. The latest data from the Energy Information Administration showed yet another inventory decline in July 2022. With business news, I'm Kule Adeye.
And in other business stories, NNPC Limited says it will not be distracted from focusing on increasing production and providing energy for today and tomorrow. The Group Chief Executive Officer, Melik Kyari, says the company will rather be focused on delivering value to its 200 million customers across the value chains. Correspondent Lydia Samson reports that the Group CEO, while speaking with journalists in Abuja, notes that instead of what he calls joining issues with the Central Bank of Nigeria, that the company will be committed to navigating the global energy market by being more focused on growing production, deployment of global best practices for sustainable energy for the population. He assures that Nigerians will continue to harness the benefits of the company as it unfolds as Africa's largest energy company. And the federal government says it has disbursed the sum of 66 billion naira to more than 1.2 million beneficiaries across the country under the MSME Survival Fund. Minister of State, Industry, Trade and Investment, Mariam Katagun, disclosed this during a town hall meeting here in Abuja. Benny Adams was there.
Cash is responsible for these smiles, and the testimonies are evident to the fact that government delivered on promises made.
We really and we really appreciate the money we got to help our staff in the long run to cushion the effect of our inability to meet all some certain payments of their salary.
But like Oliver Twist, they want more.
Our members are more than 6 million rated as parents as well.
Like a caring parent, more money, capacity building, and access to market is coming the way of macro, small, and medium enterprise business owners across the country.
To date, the fund has disbursed the sum of 66 billion and 20,000 directly to 1,258,183 beneficiaries, including those registered by the CAC. And I think the icing on the cake is all these 1.2 million beneficiaries, we can track them.
The town hall meeting highlighted the scheme's achievements in the payroll support scheme, artisan and transport scheme, formalization support scheme, general MSME grant scheme, and the guaranteed take-off scheme around the country. In Abuja, Benny Adams, NTA News.
And the National Defense College NDC Officers' Wives Association is engaging members to be self-reliant. This in disregard that the program was organized in Abuja. Ismail Musa reports.
These are 42 members of the National Defense College Officers' Wives Association successfully completed intensive training in different skills acquisition.
I want you to remain focused, to be diligent, try and bring something new. The competition is steep out there. You have to do something different to attract the patronage. Go the extra mile. Think out of the box.
To these potential entrepreneurs, they acquire skill will support the home front.
I expect that the graduates that have received starter packs today will make use of the starter packs. Because if they do, it will be of immense benefit to them. They'll be able to assist their spouses, because these are soldiers that are always there fighting to defend us.
We have been equipped very well. Everything we need for the program to start up for our own ourselves is been already provided.
We will not depend on our husbands again. With the economy now, you know, it's better for both husband and wife to work.
Different starter packs and capital distributed to the graduating members of the association. From the National Defense College in Abuja, Ismail Musa, NTA News.
And the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, as part of its drive to expand non-oil exports to East African countries, has established a Nigeria Export Trade House in Nairobi, Kenya. Comfort Amojo reports that the Export Trade House is expected to boost more trade from Nigeria to Kenya and other East African countries.
Talking business, sharing ideas, and advanced ways to strengthen trade between Nigeria and Kenya and the regional economic bloc. These business tycoons and diplomats are excited about the renewed partnership and prospects of elevated bilateral relations between Nigeria and Kenya, especially with the presence of the Nigerian Export Trade House now domiciled in Nairobi, Kenya, established by the Nigerian Export Promotion Council.
You know, in West Africa, we all know that you have the best shea butter. The commodity, in terms of commodities, why aren't we actually getting shea butter here in East Africa? We're actually getting from Uganda or South Sudan. Those are the things which we feel we can actually benefit from this, endeavor we actually just established with the Export Trade House.
We are making plans with this Export Trade House that we just commissioned. We are making plans to see how we can ship that product down to Kenya.
The basic products of textiles, pharmaceuticals, of course you've got a great oil and gas sector, so we can look at those kind of things where you have been very strong and we are coming up as well.
For the business community in Kenya, this is the beginning of market integration between Kenya and Nigerians and a path to reducing the trade barrier in regional economic bloc in Africa. From Nairobi, Kenya, I'm Comfort Amodu, NTA News.
Misrepresentation of certain provisions of the recently signed National Health Insurance Act 2022 in the media has necessitated the enlightenment of health correspondents aimed at equipping them with the right information contained in the Act for accurate and effective reportage. Uche Ugochukwu reports that a delegation from the World Health Organization's team of health financing also visited the authority on fact-finding.
Before now, survey has shown that about 8 out of 10 Nigerians are not covered by health insurance. It is to change this trend that the National Health Insurance Authority Act 2022 was signed, repealing the National Health Insurance Scheme Act 1999. The new act aims at ensuring that over 70% of poor Nigerians who pay for healthcare services out of pocket benefit from the now mandatory health insurance.
The newly enacted law has made provision for the establishment of what is called Vulnerable Group Fund and outlined the sources of the fund for it.
The drivers of the new act, however, observe that provisions of some sections are being misinterpreted. The meeting afforded journalists the opportunity to get adequately educated on the contents of the act. This milestone is one that has attracted WHO team of health financing experts from Geneva.
I'm sure NTA is indeed the right way to go, and we will work to support your effort in that respect.
The act is believed to have the capacity to move Nigeria closer to the attainment of universal health coverage. Uche Ugochukwu, NTA News.
And the continuous voter registration exercise is suspended by INEC, but our reporter Amir Ogidi has not suspended checking the records to know political zones and states that did well during the exercise. That's in terms of turnout. So here is Amir Ogidi.
I think the date should be extended a little bit. I think even 1 week or so.
Such complaints now a tradition for many in Nigeria. It takes a strong heart to say it's over. And for INEC, the continuous voters registration exercise is over. In this case, suspended. Time to do some mathematics. From the figures released by INEC, 12.2 million completed the online and physical aspects of the exercise. By zonal analysis, Northwest topped the chart, followed by South-South, North Central, Southwest, Northeast, while the Southeast ends the chart. Kano and Lagos smile by state ranking, while Ekiti and Yobe with the least figures. Women dominate the gender chart, while youth top by age. Having the highest figure is one thing. Coming for the collection of the cards when they are ready is another story waiting to be written.
They will be available for collection by the actual owners in person. No PVC will be collected by proxy.
Will some still wait till the last minute when it's time to get the PVCs? Let's wait and see whether history will repeat itself or there will probably be a change of attitude. Mie Ogide, NTA News.
There certainly will be a change in attitude. Yeah, thank you for that report. You're watching the news at 10 here on NTA News 24. We have more reports still ahead.
Lives are being destroyed morally, psychologically, and every form of development is being truncated.
I'm tired of
You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International. Your window through the world.
Our pastors, our imams, in every church, in every mosque, please realize that in the course of praying for peaceful and transparent elections, we all have duties beyond prayers. If we want a stable society before, during and after the elections, what should you be saying to those that worship with you? All Sundays and all Fridays, you are saddled with the responsibility of bringing up good generations. It is therefore your duty to both man and God to ensure peace all the time No matter about elections alone, people talk to people and people listen. Talk to your followers. Make them listen to ensure peaceful 2023 elections. This message is from the National Orientation Agency.
Gashaka Gumti National Park is located in a mountainous region of northeastern Nigeria, adjacent to the international border with Cameroon and immediately to the north of Mambila Plateau. The park's ecotourism office is located at Bodol, close to Sirti, along the Beli to Gimbu. The transit camp is also located along Gimbu Road, but in Sirti, Gashaka local government area of Taraba State. It is the largest park in Nigeria, covering 6,731 square kilometers. The park derived its name from two of the region's oldest settlements, Gashaka village in Taraba State and Gumti village in Adamawa State. The park was created by federal decree in 1991 by the merging of Gashaka Game Reserve with Gumti Game Reserve, thus relatively young.
The park was created, one, to protect and conserve the indigenous plants and animals, the biodiversity God has naturally endowed this area with. Then two, to protect the watershed of this area. Thirdly, to reduce or totally eliminate all sorts of illegal activities like poaching, hunting, grazing, mining, logging, and other illegal activities in the park.
Gashaka Gumti's northern sector is relatively flat and covered with woodlands and grasslands. The southern sector, which we explore in this episode, is more mountainous and contains vast expanses of rainforest as well as areas of woodlands and mountain grasslands. Gashaka Gumti National Park is the most scenic and biologically diverse conservation enclave in Nigeria. The terrain is characterized by steep, thickly forested slopes, deep plunging valleys, precipitous escarpments, and swiftly flowing rivers. Rivers are one of the park's best features and provide the basis for a number of spectacular walking tours. Among the flowing river is River Gamgam. Some of these rivers form waterfalls to add to tourists and visitors' pleasure. Along the rivers and streams in the national park, a tourist is likely to view some birds. Many bird species, including rare ones, are found at Gashaka Gumti National Park. The rivers in the park offer a visitor the opportunity to watch or engage in sport fishing. Of the many rivers in Gashaka Gumti, River Kam is the largest. The river is characterized by rocky riverbank with its distinguishing beautiful scenery. During the hot season, the river is ideal for picnicking on sandy areas, while a visitor or tourist enjoys the beauty of nature. Each dry season, the Hippo Pool, located only a few kilometers upstream of the River Kam Bridge, provides an ideal opportunity for tourists and researchers alike to study the habits of hippopotamus at close quarters. These hippos are quite accustomed to such visits, remaining calm and undisturbed throughout. Gashaka Gumti National Park houses some historic sites. One of them is a pre-1918 German fort and garrison top of Gashaka Hill. It was once used as a watchtower by the German military to the area. Today, while on top of the hill where the ruins of the German fort is situated, a tourist can have a scenic view of large portions of the park while fresh air blows your mind. The features of Gashaka Gumti are diverse and offers continuous pleasure to tourists and other visitors alike. The Gashaka sector of the park features rugged, undulating mountain terrains. Mountains in this sector of the park are numerous. They include a rock called Dutse Baturi, which is pleasing to sight. It could be reached in less than an hour from Sirte. On the Mambile Plateau axis of the park lie the beautiful rocks referred to as Jaburi rocks with their divergent features. Another nature's unique design of rock within the Gashaka Gumti National Park, which also gives visitors or tourists another attractive outlook and value for their visits, is the rocks fondly called Dutse Dodo. With more is desired of uniqueness information than is found in the captivating pasture of Dutse Dodo. Dutse Dodo is only a stone throw from Chapo Wadi, the highest point in Nigeria. Chapo Wadi, also called Yangarwal, is 2,419 meters above sea level. The weather at the Chapo Wadi area is cold and generally accommodating. It is located in the extreme southeastern corners of the Gashaka Gumti Park. This mountain is truly a wondrous place which has the power to uplift the spirits and the light of even the most hardened of travelers. The door is open for you to venture into a world very few have experienced. These mountainous terrains offer an excellent ground for mountaineering. All these are within the Gashaka Gumti National Park. No doubt, a unique park among other parks in Nigeria.
This park, I will call it the home of diversity. Nearly all the parks in Nigeria can be found in this park because there's major 5 distinct ecosystems. Nigerian forest, mountain forest, Sudan, Guinea, savanna, grassland, and scrubs. And all the animals in all the other parks have their preferred habitat, which are found in this place. So this park is highly diversified and very unique. As we have entered the park, you see the different terrains, all these ecosystems favor different animals. So the park is very, very unique. You can't see other park that has the potentials that this park has in the country. So it's highly diversified and very scenic.
Gashaka Gumti National Park is still able to sustain significant areas of rainforests. The rainforests of the park are being preserved for the benefit of future generations and as a natural phenomenon for your enjoyment and wonder. It is an undeniable fact that forests are essential for sustaining human life.
This place here is thousands of square kilometers with forest. And when the rain is falling during the rainy season, the earth, which has been built up by the leaves that fell down from the trees, the earth will serve as a sponge. It will keep all that water and slowly release it, even during the height of the dry season. And the rivers will be clear and cool, and the rivers will supply water for hundreds of thousands of people in the catchment area of the Benue River. And if you cut down these trees, which you can do only once, then erosion will set in, and at the very end you end up with no water. The problem is you can cut down your forest only once, because it will not grow again. It took thousands of years to do this. So when I came here, I tried, of course, to enjoy myself. I'm not an altruistic person who says, okay, I'm the good one and so on. I really enjoy having the privilege being able to explore and study such a beautiful place. At the same time, of course, I try to create awareness that we all have to work together to at least preserve some islands, which will serve us well, which will serve the animals well, which will serve nature in totality. And that is, of course, what in the end humanity is all about.
Now, are you sure this will work? Today we're going to be discussing what is the medical term for sleepwalking? Somnambulism.
But get free Intel to Intel Core and experience HD quality conversations every time. Intel. Live more.
There are more species of mammals found in the park's rainforest than in any other of its vegetation zones. Gashaka Gumti National Park is rich in diverse wildlife. Some of the common animals of the park are the giant forest hog, which is a very large, heavily built black pig with an elongated body. The park is the only known locality of this magnificent animal in Nigeria. It is an essentially nocturnal animal. Red River hog, also nocturnal, are commonly seen in small groups by day, rummaging nosily through the forests. Duikers of various types are also a common sight at Gashaka Gumti. Duikers have varied and interesting feeding habits. Their large mouths permit them to feed on sizable fruits, mushrooms, and other bulky items. Visitors are also likely to come across animals such as waterbuck, cow, and bushbuck. Porcupines, rodents covered with long spines called quills are also found in Gashaka Gumti National Park. Porcupines often travel quite large distances each night in search of food. Your best chance of seeing one is at night, being nocturnal in nature as an animal. Also found in the park are golden carts and squirrels. The Gashaka Gumti National Park is a marvelous place to see a variety of primate species. High up above the forest canopy, it is sheer delight to watch large groups of monkeys jumping from branch to branch, chattering to one another incessantly. Primates found in Gashaka Gumti National Park's forest include the putty-nosed monkey, black and white colobus, Mona monkey, baboons, with the star of the rainforest being the chimpanzee. One of the park's greatest attraction is for man to observe his closest living relatives. Nosy and curious, intelligent and social as they are, chimpanzees of Gashaka Gumti appear relaxed and confident. They survive at the park for they are largely undisturbed in Nigeria's largest national park. Rainforests are rich and Gashaka Gumti is not an exception. Butterflies symbolize the richness of the rainforests. At the onset of the rains, spectacular clouds of butterflies are common. Many are brilliantly colored, lightly fluttering across your path before disappearing into the surrounding forests. Over 300 butterfly species have been identified at Gashaka Gumti Park. All the plants and animals at the Gashaka Gumti National Park are always being protected from possible trespass. The park rangers are saddled with the responsibility of carrying out this enormous task. Stop here. Enclaves exist within Gashaka Gumti Park, with cordial relationship between the park's authorities and inhabitants of the enclaves, who also help in keeping plants and wildlife safe within the park.
The community is so adaptive to the environment in terms of protecting it and not destroying it. And also, where we have, the host community headed by the traditional ruler, who has been very, very, very serious, very, very interested in making sure that, the national park is not adversely affected by the people. And I think it is an understanding of the community that this is going to bring value to us. This is going to expose our place to the international world and make us one member of the international community. I think that is one area that the traditional institution there has played, and also the cordial relationship between the community, the traditional institutions, and the government structure that we have. I think that's what made it possible for people to live cordially and also to look at it as an investment that will bring value to them now and in future.
This is Gashaka village. It's right inside the national park, but as you can see, it's a farming enclave. So we have the community living here right inside the park, and then, you know, playing the role of supporting conservation, because the communities were right here before the inception of the establishment of the park, and we live side by side, you know, with them. They give us informations, they support the conservation work, and then it's like a symbiotic relationship. You know, we support them, they support us.
With diverse flora and fauna, Gashaka Gumti National Park has attracted students and researchers from all over the world. The research center at Kwano, deep inside the forest area of the park, serves as home to such students and researchers. Therefore, Gashaka Gumti could be referred to as a natural laboratory for research. We met some researchers on ground during our visit.
I'm a volunteer in Gashaka Gumti National Park for the Gashaka Primate Project. I'm from Canada and I'm coming here to volunteer. So basically what I do is I assist research on baboons, and there are some master student who comes here to do their own thesis, and I'm helping them collecting data as well as helping with other projects as for example the transect and plants, and entering the data and analyzing the data on research about plants and baboons. I'm here to study the baboons. I'm doing my master's thesis at Roehampton University with Caroline Ross. And I'm here with my colleague and friend Rosie Layfield, and together we're doing projects on the baboons. So far, it's been very insightful. We've both seen a lot of things, a lot of interactions, and we've both got a lot of good data so far. So hopefully, when we get home, then we'll be able to produce good theses from them.
This park is indeed diverse in biodiversity. At the park, a group of baboons has been habituated due to regular interaction with researchers. Over time, they have come to trust every person who wears a yellow headscarf. This enabled us to go relatively close to the baboons for our video shots, just like the researchers got close to them. With the help of field assistants, locations of the habituated baboons could be predicted daily. In most cases, not far away from the research center at Kwano. The growth in the number of the habituated baboons is being monitored closely. All members of the group have been named with at least a name, awaiting new inclusion.
And the time has come for our government, federal government, state government to focus on development of tourism, wildlife, so that the economy can be boosted. In some countries in Africa, like Tanzania, Kenya, Zambia, South Africa, Zimbabwe, what oil used to us in Nigeria is what wildlife to them in those countries. The wildlife sector in those countries I've just mentioned contribute more than 70% to the GDP. But can we capture the contribution of wildlife contribution in Nigeria? I don't know what answer that question for me. So I'm calling on federal government and government in general, Nigeria. The time has come for them to focus on the development of wildlife policy.
With numerous tourist attractions at Gashaka Gumti National Park, the message is clear. Gashaka Gumti is far more than just a sanctuary for animals. It's a conservation area existing for the benefit of both pastoralists and wildlife. Combination of different vegetations, topography, altitude, and climate provide the national park with virtually unique range of habitats, supporting in turn an ecosystem of exceptional high biodiversity. As the entire Gashaka Gumti National Park is suitable for tourism, it offers each visitor the opportunity for enjoyment and relaxation in the silent charm of unspoiled surroundings. Visit Gashaka Gumti National Park today, and you are ensured to enjoy the peace and tranquility of this natural paradise.
The National Broadcasting Commission has observed with concern the misuse of the airwaves to propagate incendiary materials by different groups in some broadcasting stations in recent times. While appreciating the need for educating, informing and enlightening the public on issues bordering on our national development, the Commission wishes to seize this opportunity to advise broadcasters to be circumspect in the handling of news and current affairs programs by exhibiting the necessary professionalism. Consequently, the Commission implores broadcasters to advise guests and/or analysts on their platforms not to polarize the citizenry with divisive rhetorics in driving home their points. Ensure that every news and current affairs program conforms with the provision of the Nigeria Broadcasting Code. Take their social responsibility requirements seriously. Therefore, the Commission reminds broadcasters to be guided by the provisions of the Nigeria Broadcasting Code, especially the underlisted sections 5.3.3b. The broadcaster shall, in using political materials for news and current affairs programs, avoid hate speech, inflammatory, derogatory, and divisive remarks or allusions. 5.4.1f. The broadcaster shall not transmit divisive material that may threaten or compromise the indivisibility and indissolubility of Nigeria as a sovereign state. 5.5.6. The broadcaster shall have a delay mechanism to guard against possible undesirable content. Please note that every broadcast station is responsible for the content it transmits and shall be held liable for any content in violation of the Nigeria Broadcasting Code. Be advised. Signed, Malam Balarebe Shehu Ilela, Director General, Announcer. To every politician, as the campaigns gain momentum and passions begin to rise, remember, the errors of your opponents do not make you a success. Do not run down your opponent and inflame passions to violence between and among your supporters. What counts is what you plan to do for the electorate and how you intend to relieve the sufferings and bring succor. Nigeria is in dire need of patriotic leaders at all levels, leaders who will make national development their priority. Concentrate on telling the electorate what you intend to do when you get into office. Focus on making your vision clear to the electorate. Don't engage in verbal abuses, fake news or speeches. Keep dealing with issues that will bring progress. You win the hearts and minds of the people by being above board, by being civil, patriotic, and showing empathy. Let's join hands to make the 2023 elections peaceful. A message from the National Orientation Agency.
Hello again and welcome to the news update at 11. President Muhammadu Buhari has paid his condolences to those who lost their loved ones in the recent barbaric terrorist attacks in Sokoto, Kaduna and Plateau states. In a statement, the president reviewed the situation following reports on the loss of several lives in that attacks and assured all possible support from the federal government to the states, reiterating full freedom given to security forces to deal with and bring to an end what he calls madness. The president condemns the barbaric attacks on the country as a whole and assures the states of all possible support from the government of the Federation. He condoled with the bereaved families and prayed for quick recovery of the injured. Additional 5 victims of the Abuja Kaduna train attack who have been in captivity for more than 4 months now have regained their freedom. Among those released by the bandits include Professor Mustafa Umar, Imam of Usman Danfodio University Teaching Hospital in Sokoto. And the police command is yet to make official statement in connection with the release of the victims. Now, achieving credible and acceptable census data in 2023 continues to be in the front burner of discourse involving the National Population Commission (NPC). This determination has birthed an agreement with the National Orientation Agency to ramp up civic education on population issues. The two sides reached the agreement recently at the NPC headquarters in Abuja.
Part of the message that we want to pass to Nigerians, you don't have to travel to your state of origin and get counted. Live where you earn your living and we count you there, because that's your residence. Every citizen to his own state of origin.
Not only do we commit to this partnership, sir, we also commit to commencing the process immediately after this.
And that's the news update we're trailing at this moment. There'll be more at 1 and of course at 3 we'll bring you another news desk. I'll see you then.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Hello, and a very warm welcome to another interesting edition of Lifelines with Mima. Thank you for joining us today. I want to appreciate all of you out there that have been sending us prayers, encouraging messages. Of course, you know I'm here for you. You can find us on social media, and we do not take you for granted. I really appreciate all of the love that I'm getting from you. Today, however, is one of them difficult days. I'm going to be sharing with you another subject matter on rape. Of course, you know that when you rape one person, it has a ripple effect and it affects so many other people and so many lives to come. And so I want us to open our hearts now. It's a time to grab a jotter, grab a pen, prepare, because you're about to learn something new. You're about to empathize with somebody. And of course, you're about to fall in love over and over again. Don't touch your dial. I'll be right back. Welcome back. Before the break, I introduced the topic to you. With me now, I have Madame Lovett and also her son, Stanley. Welcome, Stanley.
Thank you.
Welcome, Ma.
Thank you.
Thank you for honoring our invitation.
Thank you.
Okay. A few days ago, Stanley here came with a complaint that you, as his mother, has not had a very good relationship with him over the years. He cannot explain it, and he wants a solution, especially since his grandmother is no more. And so I want you to hear from him and see what he has to say.
Thank you. Nima?
Yeah.
I have a big problem.
I see.
My whole life, I only know two persons. My grandmother.
Okay.
And my mother here. My mother here gave birth to me. But ever since then, she has never shown any sign of love to me. My grandmother took care of me until this age. As a matter of fact, she trained me throughout my university.
Wow.
Until she died.
I'm so sorry for your loss.
No problem.
I'm sorry.
But the problem here is, right now I feel dejected.
I see.
I feel helpless. I feel hopeless. Because my mom here has refused to take up her responsibility as my mom. I mean, she keeps avoiding me. She even threatens to kill me anytime I try, coming to her place or trying to reach her. I am tired. It's no longer funny. Okay, fine. If you don't want to show me love, let her at least tell me who my dad is, who my father is. Let me go and look for him. She doesn't want to. She doesn't just want to do anything with me. She just want me out of her life. She's my mom.
I'm so sorry. Calm down.
Please help me.
Calm down. Calm down. Okay, madam. Is this true?
Hi. I know they like to remember this matter. Plus, if you don't come report me here, you won't know who you be, Abi. I go tell you. I go tell you who you be. You know that they always tell you, no come near me. Because no how I go see this boy, this evil boy, when my mind no go back to wetin happen that time.
What happened? What really happened?
Maybe you want hear your story. I go tell you your story. That your papa wey you wan know, your papa na thief.
Wow.
Original thief. Now one day that time I still dey small. I dey SS2. Now him papa and him gang people, dem come my papa house. 4 people, giant people, rape me.
Wow. Wow.
Oh,
that must have been painful.
No how say I go see this boy wey I no go remember those things. They do me anyhow. But reach sometimes I come see say I get belle. Nothing wey I no use for this life. Nothing. This evil pikin no gree come down. So come tell me, school I no go, husband I no get. People go dey laugh me like a go. So when you wan come near me now, shebi you don grow. Shebi you see person train you. My papa, my mouth train you now. You don't go now, so do your own day now. If you not still work, go join your papa work, carry gun, they rape up and that. So leave me, go. I don't want to see you again. Live my life, go your own go.
Calm down. Calm down.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Oh, now I can see why you are so pained, and I can understand. I'm so sorry. Please take it easy. Take it easy.
Oh my God.
Stanley, are you okay?
Trying to. I see. Now I know why you hate me, mommy. Now I feel your pain. At least I can now go and face the world. Knowing that I'm a child of circumstance.
I'm so sorry. It must be difficult to hear that.
I want you to know that God loves me. God loves me. I'm a child of destiny. He loves me, and that was why He did not allow you to kill me while you were pregnant with me. Despite all the abortion pills He took, He still kept me.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's gonna be okay. So sorry.
You know what, Mom? I am going to go far away from you.
Don't come near me. Where can go? No come.
I'm going to go far away from you. I'm not going to engage myself in any crime.
That's a wise decision.
I promise you one thing, Mom. Come rain, come shine. I'll still come back in the future to take care of you in your old age.
Nobody koda, ori oda ko kan ye mi.
I'm so sorry. Take a minute. Okay, I think it's time for us to move to our situation room and hear what the people there have to say about this. I'll be right back.
Does your toothpaste give you complete fresh protection? New Close Up Toothpaste Complete Fresh Protection takes care of your 5 important oral care needs. It gives you strong teeth, prevents tooth holes, cleans deeply, fights bacteria, and gives you fresh breath. Complete fresh protection from Close Up.
Welcome back. It's Lifelines with Mima, and we're treating the issue of our abandoned son, a young man that has come in with his mother to tell us of how terrible his relationship has been with his mother, only to find out about the circumstances of his death. I'm really pained on his behalf, and even I feel bad for his mother. But with me now, I have my discussants, my team members, and I'd like them to lend their voice. Let's know what they also think about this kind of delicate matter. Let's start from you, Barrister. What do you think about this?
I actually think it's a tragic thing that just happened to the woman, because the circumstances it happened is understandable how she feels, because the thought of that will only bring dread to her mind, and I'm sure she did not try to undergo any sort of therapy to overcome the feelings and the hurts and the pain and everything that comes along with where she comes from. But the fact is, it takes 2 persons to give birth to a child. Of course, her egg was involved in which of them that was successful. So she needs to realize that a part of her actually made this child. Yeah. Like, she experienced it. She did not kill herself or anything because of how bad it was. She still understands that she's a person who has a life to live despite what has happened. So I feel like she should give that benefit of doubt to the son. a part of her is inside him. He has graduated. He is seemingly successful. Why not just try and be, even if not a mother, be a friend first to see how he is, then see how that advances to a mother and son relationship. That's what I really think about this thing.
Layer of being emotional. It's emotional because she is an innocent child of a boy. She cannot come and suffer for what she didn't know what she even happened. So it's quite overwhelming.
When you say she, are you talking about the mother or the son?
The son is my mother mouth. You see, in our parents is the century. The human beings are human beings. It's women that bring this discrepancy. But it's okay. As a boy, I quite empathize with it because she is not easy. The trauma that this thing you women do, stigmatize. Thank you very much. It's women's words. So like I was saying, the stigmatization, she is very 100%. So I think they need to do more. The mother need to do more work, and we as a team we need to do more work to really debrief the woman, telling her the brighter side of what had happened. The son, I think, for me, is a destined child. Because if you have her story that she did everything humanly and manly possible to evacuate a fetus, but you couldn't even exaggerate. So, but at the end of the day, this life has come to stay. So I think the woman needs to have love. She needs to have love in her heart. So at the end of the day, it's a win-win for them. Let them forget on the past, because each time she see the boy, it's like they are scratching the old woman. So I think she should just focus on the brighter side and forget everything at the end of the day. Because as it is, she is not a low price. She cannot satisfy everybody. So it's an idiotic expression. So let her focus on the brighter side. At the end of the day, we'll do party and we're achieving.
Okay. Thank you. You know, Malam Adebo, I'm always on your case. But this time around, it seems I'm going to appreciate your quota. For the first time, I'm going to appreciate your quota. At least you have done justice a little, at least for now, because I don't know which side you are going to be in other cases, as the case may be. But to me, I'm going to shift a bit of blame to that woman. This boy did not bring himself to this world. The blame that is going to be a little blame is not showing him love. I know you are human. You are cross with yourself. You are angry with yourself that this happened to you. You have made a different kind of attempt to get rid of him when he was a child. But I mean, when he was still a fetus inside of you. As difficult as it may be, when a woman conceives, it's supposed to be a thing of joy. But granted, everybody knew, or we all know how it came to be. But in the first place, as a woman, nurturing that in your tummy should bring up this kind of love you are going to develop when you have the one that is even legitimate. Whatever the case may be, you are not growing a goat inside of your stomach. And now he's all grown up. He's even a graduate, but you are still, there thinking he's supposed to have died. You can imagine the boy now get to know even the story of his life. It's very, very traumatizing. But I'm going to beg the both parties, the mother and the son, to find a common ground to forgive each other first. To forgive each other first. There are so many people looking for children, and this is the one you have had. He has come to stay. He has done well for himself, and by the grace of God is going to continue to excel in all his ways. He is your child. Please hold on tight to him. You are going to grow old one day. Do you have other children? Look at him. He's here. Now that he's regretting his life because of the story you have just told, it is not good enough. Please, I will beg you, please. You have what you are thinking that is making you to have this low spirit. And this boy too is having a low spirit too. How can we lift them up? That is what I would rather say we should deliberate on. It's really a very sad situation, And the thing about the human mind, even in counseling and therapy, we recognize, and it's scientific, we know this, that people process and deal with grief in different ways. People handle pain differently.
Yes.
For her, she was never able to overcome it, because in dealing with the trauma, she then has like a souvenir from that bad experience. So she has to live with it in her tummy. She has to give birth, you know, the pains of being in labor, everything that has to do with pregnancy for a child that you didn't want, and you were raped to conceive. So her problem is that every time she sets eyes on him, she visualizes that horrible experience as it happens. So he's like a representation of her pain. And if something hurts you, if something demonstrates your pain or pricks your pain, the best thing, or the most logical thing you would want to do is to stay away from that thing, to get rid of that as much as possible. And this is why all over the years she's been this way. But you see, a big problem we suffer as Africans is that we blame our problems on spiritual causes all the time. There are people that have been trained to help you through such situation. If she had seen a therapist or done some counseling when this thing happened, or after the child was born, or at some point in her life, by now probably she and her son would have worked this out and be living well. But she didn't know that that even existed, and that wasn't even an option. We have very few therapists across the country, and we have a very low belief in counseling and therapy generally. We don't really attribute our problems, you know, we don't feel solutions can come from there. We rather go to church and pray, or give our malam chicken to quickly do something for us. Because you know what? She never got married. She never had other children. She never actually lived her life. As bitter as she is, she's still stuck in one place.
Yes. And I'll see in support of that, the fact is the DNA of a criminal does not pass down to the kids. It's a characteristic thing. It's a personality thing. You can have even a father who is a judge, but the son will turn out to be a thief. So you can also see someone who the father is an armed robber and can become a judge or a doctor. So the child may actually become something and somebody real big in the society and the world. These child's genes are not detected by if the person is an armed robber or not. And these are all the things she would have known if she had gone to therapy. So I actually do support actively that she should do that. It's not too late, because right now she's stagnant. She's not improving her life or her lifestyle because of the traumatic experience she had. So I think that would be a very good course of action to take.
What would you like to add to that?
Yeah, for the second child, because I want to believe with barrister. This time they taught them well in the school, because she hit the nail in the hammer, and the thing have injured me in my hammer. So I think I quite agree with what I Lizzie too, because she was taken week today. So I want to appreciate her. And for the woman in question, she should put herself in the boy's shoe. And if the table talk, how would she have reacted? I think that will suffice.
Thank you. How about you then, finally?
Well, I'm glad we have come to this conclusion, and I'm imploring the woman again that don't worry, you're not alone. We are going to make it work out for both of you, and you're going to be happy.
Thank you so much. There you have it. Let's go back to the client and see how we can conclude on this matter. There's more. Don't go anywhere.
As a woman, the fault is not from the child, neither from the lady herself, but circumstances brought the child. So I think she should not take it against the child. She should forgive the child.
It's her child. It's the armed robber's child. It's an accident. She should live with the reality and forget about the trauma. It's not easy, but it's your child. It's your egg. It's his sperm. So you have to live with the reality. And it's not the fault of the child. Give the child his own livelihood and train him to be different from his father. That will give you satisfaction. But if you give him the hatred, you make him grow up and become like his father, and then you produce two of the same thing.
Okay, I'll say if she doesn't want to love that child, so many people are looking for children all over the world. Yes, and I would just advise her to take the child to a motherless baby's home. Someone who wants a child will come and adopt the child and give the child the love the child deserves.
Well, you're talking of being raped, where armed robbers raped her in an attack, not because of she wanted it. Even if there's no any someone that get a child in that unwanted pregnancy, I won't advise the person to agree about it. And as far as she have already born the child, I will accept the child as my son or as my daughter, because you can't tell her to throw the child that she born. That is her child.
Welcome back. Before the break, I had Madam Lovett and her son Stanley with a very peculiar story. You know, rape is a horrible thing that has far-reaching consequences on so many people, even those that were not directly involved. Today we have such a perfect example of that kind of bitter situation. I'm really sorry, Ma, for all that you had to go through. I mean, for a young girl, lost you, deflowered in the arms of those wicked people. I can only imagine the kind of trauma you must have dealt with and you still live with today. But the truth is this boy is innocent. You cannot punish one for a crime they did not commit. He did not ask to be born under these circumstances. It's not his fault. And you know what? The good in you supersedes whatever bad that his father or whoever it is did this to you has. Because you know what? Between you and your mom, you've raised a fine, responsible young man. Because he's a product of rape does not mean that he will become like his father or become useless to society. I know your heart is heavy, but you see, when you don't forgive, you don't find love. When you don't let go, you don't find love. This is maybe why you've not been able to get into a relationship, settle down and find joy for yourself and have more children. You have to let it go. You have to leave it behind. You have to forgive those that are not even asking you to forgive them, because that's what God has asked us to do. I want to beg you today, from the bottom of my heart, connecting with you as a woman like myself, I want to beg you to please let it go. Please forgive this young man. Let us have peace. Please. He needs you. He no longer has his grandmother. He needs you, and you do need him too. There's nothing that is too big for a mother to forgive for the sake of her child. I want to beg you. I will do psychotherapy with you, and I'll see the best I can do to help you both from this situation. There you have it. Healing has started. Reconciliation has begun. This is what we live for. I'll be right back. Welcome back. It's Lifelines with Mima. If you're just joining us, you've missed out on quite a bit. As you all have heard and even seen, the effects of rape are horrible. The statistics are mind-blowing. And you know what? Apart from the people that are raped directly, there are other people that are victims of that horrible, horrible thing. As you can see in the case of this young man, this has strained the relationship between him and his mother for so long. As much as possible, let us be careful and let us groom our children from when they're young against such things. The first thing I want to point out here, And you have heard from the statistics, from our discussants, the alarming rate that this is happening to our men, to our women, to our children. I need to point out one fact, because most of the time the rapists say things like, oh, I thought she wanted it too. Oh, I thought she was giving me mixed signals. Oh, I didn't know how to ask. Or no, she was drunk and so she still said yes. So we must teach them what it means to actually get consent for sex and the full implications of not getting expressly a yes before you have intimacy with another person. We must also teach our children to know that no, N-O, no, is a full sentence of its own, and so that should never be taken for granted. You know how we do it, and I know that you have picked something new today and you will share this with someone that you love. Don't forget to follow us on social media for more information and for our events and activities. And of course, you can reach out to me if your heart is breaking, if you're having emotional and troubling issues that I may be of help with. From all of us here, and until we see you next time, don't forget that you don't need to go through life's issues alone. You know why? Mima cares.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Thank you for joining us on the program from the National Assembly. I am Ignatius Nkwo. Today we bring to you a repeat of the Senate plenary of 20th July 2022, where Senate passed a number of critical bills. These include the Electricity Bill 2022. The Electricity Bill 2022 is basically to enact a comprehensive electricity law that will improve generation, utilization, and strengthen the Nigerian electricity supply industry, address technological limitations, and establish the National Power Policy Coordinating Council.
September 28, 2021, extensively deliberated on the general principles of the bill and read the second time the bill and subsequently referred the bill to the Committee on Power. Mr. President, after the reference of the bill to the Committee on Power, the Committee on Power invited stakeholders for a public hearing which took place sometimes this year for 2 days. Mr. President, the main objectives of the bill are on page 3, like I said earlier on. And the objectives are essentially, the bill seeks to, among other things, repeal the Electric Power Sector Reform Act 2005, which was enacted for the purpose of unbundling the sector. And after the unbundling of the sector, the power sector was privatized. About 23 sections of that Reform Act became invalid. It became necessary for us to have a comprehensive electricity bill that is all encompassing. Hence, the necessity for us to engage in what we are doing today. This bill seeks to consolidate all legislation in the Nigerian electricity supply industry and enact an Omnibus Electricity Act to provide for the ideal institutional framework that will guide the post-privatization phase of the industry. After the privatization, issues have arisen that needs an electricity act that take care of issues that were not anticipated in the first place. And this, accordingly, the main objective of the bills are provide an ideal legal and institutional framework to leverage on the modern gains of the privatization phase of the electricity power sector in Nigeria in order to accelerate growth in power generation capacity. B, improve utilization of generated power through increased investment in new technologies that will enhance transmission and distribution of generated power and minimize aggregate value chain losses. Reinvigorate the institutional framework for the reform of the Nigerian electricity supply industry initiated and implemented by the federal government. G, promote policies and regulatory measures that will ensure the expansion of power transmission networks in Nigeria in order to address any imbalance in the existing transmission infrastructure. Stimulate policies and regulatory measures to scale up efficient power generation, transmission, and distribution capabilities of the power sector in Nigeria with a view to achieving a national electricity access target and attaining the highest per capita power consumption in Africa within a reasonable time frame. And F, bring about policies that would address technological limitations of outdated infrastructure that are responsible for value chain losses in the Nigerian electricity supply industry by attracting sustainable investment in new and efficient power generation technology and revamping existing power plants, etc., etc. Mr. President, the committee invited all the major stakeholders in the power industries for this meeting, and altogether about 28 of the stakeholders, which is on page 4 to page 7. All the stakeholders in the power industry were invited, and public hearing took place starting from 28th of February to 1st March 2022. Mr. President, after the public hearing, on page 7 you see highlights of presentations of stakeholders. Majority and virtually all of the stakeholders agree that there was a need for us to have an electricity act, a codified electricity act that take care of the issues that I've already highlighted here. And so if we go to page 10, where you have the legislative summary. Mr. President, you see that paragraph 3, you say part 18, which deals with the dispute resolution, was substituted because in the previous act, the Reform Act, you didn't have a dispute resolution arrangement that was put in place to address these issues of electricity theft and other issues that are peculiar to the industry. This act have introduced that so that issues of electricity theft will be dealt with by a tribunal specially set up for this purpose and other related matters that are peculiar to the industries. So on page 11, Mr. President, the findings. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, having carefully analyzed the presentation and submission made during the public hearing, we hereby make the following observations and findings. The stakeholders unanimously supported the passage of the bill in view of its strategic relevance to the reform of the power sector in line with global best practices. B, that the passage of the bill will undoubtedly address the extra operational and statutory lapses confronting the Nigerian electricity supply industry since the conclusion of the privatization exercise of the power sector in 2013. C, that the bill will appraise and entrench in our power sector series of emerging trends as they relate to the power industry reform processes. D, that the enactment of the bill as an act of the National Assembly will bring about clarity and ensure uniformity of purpose between the statutory and regulatory stipulations on the preconditions for the declaration and establishment of middle-term electricity market and long-term market at the conclusion of the transitional electricity market stages in Nigeria. Now we're in the transitional stage now because government is still regulating part of the prices and all of that. When we move to medium term, what that means is that you have situation where they will be partly regulated in terms of price. Now government determine price. When we move finally to the long term, when the market is fully declared competitive, that means that demand and supply will determine the price. Government will no longer have a hand in it. It will be predicated fully on what is obtainable in the market. E, that the bill will provide for stipulation of policy measures that would attract investment across the Nigerian electricity supply industry, thereby stimulating economic growth, create jobs, and improve the living conditions of Nigerians. F, that the bill will provide a clear legal and institutional framework for the formulation and adoption of a national integrated electricity policy and implementation strategy. That the bill will eliminate, through policy and regulatory measures, barriers to investment in generation, transmission, distribution, and related subsector in the electricity industry in Nigeria. Mr. President, this one deals with situation where state, in the bill now, state can legally generate power, transmit, and distribute without any hindrance. Any individual who have the capacity can do same. That is a new introduction in the bill. It has now opened up so that any individual who have the capacity can go and generate power, transmit it, and distribute it if we have the capacity to engage in transmission and distribution. That has been introduced now, and so Nigerians are free to go into investment into the power sector. H, that the bill will promote indigenous capacity in technology for renewable energy sources through a framework for local content in the Nigerian electricity supply industry, as well as promote public education on renewable energy production and consumption to increase the generation and consumption of electricity from renewable sources. I, that the bill will provide a clear framework for cross-border electricity trade in the interest of national security and energy self-sufficiency, as well as promote frameworks for security of electricity infrastructure, prescribe effective punitive measures against electricity theft and other offenses peculiar to the Nigerian electricity supply industry. Like I said before, we now have a tribunal that is specifically meant to address issues of electricity theft and peculiar issues that only relate to the power sector. J, that the passage of the bill will portray the Senate as a responsive and resilient lawmaking institution before Nigerians and the global community, that the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is committed towards ameliorating the dwindling fortunes of the country's power sector, which has been the bane of economic development in this country. Mr. President, these are the findings and recommendations that are incorporated in the bill that we are about to pass now. Recommendations. The Senate Committee on Power to which this bill was referred, having considered the bill, hereby recommend as follows: that the Senate do consider and pass the Electricity Bill 2022 as amended. I so move, Mr. President. Conclusion. On behalf of members of the Senate Committee on Power, I wish to thank Mr. President and indeed my distinguished colleagues for the opportunity to serve in this capacity. On this note, Mr. President, I sincerely urge distinguished senators to give this bill the attention it deserves for expeditious passage because of its laudable objectives and relevance to the socio-economic development of their country. Mr. President, I so move.
Recently, about 5 discourse, the distribution companies were taken over by some banks. Banks that this discourse owed so much money. That changes the landscape. Because banks, or let me say those banks, do not have the capacity, the wherewithal to run the discourse. What happens with our discourse now in the hands of banks? Are they going to privatize them again, or government should look into it and do the privatization once again? I don't know, just respond to this.
Yes, those entities ran into financial problems and were taken over, but not strictly by the banks. You know that in all of the discourse, government returned 40% equity in those shareholdings. So the takeover of those entities is in collaboration with the banks, NEC, and BPE. In fact, the appointment of the interim managements of those entities is actually screened, approved by BPE and NEC. That is NEC and BPE acting on behalf of government. So what is going to happen? This bill has made adequate provision for such eventualities or such situations in the bill. In the Reform Act, we didn't have that. And we had envisaged that those kind of things would come. So this bill have taken care of situations that will arise so that we don't get into a quagmire. And so what is happening now is that those entities that have been taken over, management have been set up. NEC is meeting with the equity shareholders, with BPE, in order for them to invite new investors who have the capacity to do that. But that will be done in conjunction with government with 40% shareholding. If we look at the management, BPE have nominated, that is government have nominated 2 management staff on those new management, interim management that have been set up. So there is going to be, of course, new investors that will be invited. They will come in and take over. For instance, Abuja Electricity they have not settled. The UBA took them over, but there is an investor that has been on it for them to take over Abuja Distribution Company. So for the 5 that have been taken over, similar arrangement will be put in place for them. But there are transitional measures so that we don't run into a situation where this will be completely come to a halt. There are transitional measures for them to continue running until such arrangements are put in place.
Government has only 40%, like you said, who took money from banks. Now they could not pay back the monies, and banks took over 60%. If government is now the one appointing those to manage, are we saying that we are going to privatize this discourse again, or why wouldn't government cleanse off and leave the 40% so that we have better environment for managing this?
We look at the PPAs, the power purchase agreement that were initially put in place. There were issues with them. Those private sector people that bought this in were not expected. You see, it was a funny thing. They were not expected to take money from any source. They were expected that they have their own money, they are going to buy this. So the PPAs have problems. Now, they were not also expected to take money from the proceeds to even settle the debt that they have taken from bank, because that was not recognized. Now that they've run into problems, that is why the banks on their own cannot go ahead and just take over those entities, because the PPAs didn't provide for that, so to speak. But they are now working together with BPE and NEC to address that problem. And most of the shareholders who have shares in these entities, the net, because at the last time I called them for briefings, they are going to call a meeting of the shareholders of those entities to sit down with them and also try to get people. There will be another privatization, if you want to call it that, but it's inviting new investors to come and take over who can manage them very well. Government on its own cannot, because we've been trying that government should divest the 40%, just like in GENCOs, where they will have absolute 100% to the private hand. But because of the fact that the distribution sector of the power chain has issues, one of the issues is where cement will come in. Government needs to actually invest a lot in it for the distribution sector to be standing on its own, for any proper investment to be done there. As of now, that has not been done. But the good news is that the federal government has released about $100 million to cement for them to kickstart the revamping of the transmission and distribution sector. Once that is done, and we believe that at the end of this year, substantial work would have been done on that, we will be able to have proper investment in the distribution end of the power sector. But those new entities will go into new hands. That is what is on the ground now.
The mess created ab initio, or the faulty nature in which this discourse were created, were actually the genesis of this problem. And it was just a matter of time. We know that the discourse will not have the capability and capacity, because we don't even believe, a lot of Nigerians knew that they don't have the capacity to do that. It was an arrangement that was rashly done to give companies shareholding to some powerful Nigerians and some government officials in those days. What I think, Mr. President, is I think in a way, this is a good thing waiting to happen. Or this is a good thing that this problem is coming out now. And the earlier we think wisely and give the professionals who the world over are running power generation, distribution, while taking cognizance of new power generation capacities like solar and other things, the better for us. The bill has done justice to the power sector in Nigeria. Now, the challenge before us as Nigerians, or before this government, is if it would have the moral courage to deliver on all the recommendations of this bill. I agree. One of which is we have to make sure that the same mistake that the previous government have is avoided by making sure that there is a transparent process that will produce those people who can take over the running affairs of the generation company and distribution company. Anything short of that, we will be running back into the same problem we just found ourselves. So now, as an interim measure, the BPE, the NAC, and this team collaborating to have to hammer out an organization. We should preempt them. The Senate, since it has already done this, should preempt them, because usually those people pretending on these issues usually goes back having full knowledge of how to exploit the policy, will go back and arrange themselves and be part of the problem again. So let us make it crystal clear that anybody who is involved in midwifing how we are going to arrive at generating and distribution will not be a participant one way or another. One way or another, either as an individual or as an entity. We should make sure that we avoid those loopholes. Thank you, Mr. President.
I'm not in doubt of the fact that you have taken into consideration quite a number of challenges confronting us in the power sector. I equally want to add my voice to the fact that, Mr. President, when Nigeria embarked on privatization, we were told that will get the best out of the exercise. We were told that more people will be employed. The problem in Nigeria started when we started privatizing. Unemployment tripled, and up to today we have not recovered. All these companies that were privatized, what they have done is to sack workers, and they have refused to employ more workers. The people who are there, they are overloaded with work. Now, the question now is, Mr. President, what will the government be offering to the common man? Today, you know how much they charge per unit? The common man, there are places in Nigeria today in the last 6 months, 8 months, they've not seen a brick of their globe. Yet, some of them are given bills to pay. Now, I think the time has come, Mr. President, for us to take the courage and look at some of these policies, especially privatization that was inherited by this government. A situation where our collective wealth is given to some few people. Now, I hold the strong view, Mr. President, that government must be looking at what the common man will benefit. If power cannot be made available, then the socio-economic development of the country will be stagnant. Then you cannot guarantee safety of life and properties. Now, I think for a nation like Nigeria, that we are blessed with a very high temperature, we should be looking at how solar power can be encouraged.
Carry that at the back of our minds that this is a new scenario. Is it captured?
Distinguished colleagues, is to say that by virtue of this new reform, the aspect of renewable energy has properly been given its right side of place in our energy mix. And this is critical because the whole world is moving towards clean energy, green economy, where you are reducing your intake as far as those carbon.
The bill has really done justice to the fact that states can now produce, yes. That the Senate resolving to committee of the whole to consider it, say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Distinguished colleagues, I will advise that we go on a medium speed. This is a very sensitive bill, so no overspeeding, so that we're able to look very seriously into some of these provisions, because what we pass here would shape the power sector. So we need to be a little bit patient, to be very critical, honestly. Those who go at clause 1, that's the objective of the bill, and clause 2, stand part of the bill, say aye. Those against it, yes.
Clause 1, sub clause A, where the addition was made to say investment in new and efficient power generation technology. What I just want to get from the chairman is if this actually includes the issue of the renewable energy that we are actually talking about. Just to be clear, so that if it is not. So no, that's I'm saying if this particular use of the word actually captures renewable energy. I just wanted to be sure.
Those in favor that the clauses 1 and 2 stand part of the bill, say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 3 is on page 8. National Integrated Electricity Policy and Strategic Implementation Plan. Those in favor that clause 3, clause 4, periodic review of the National Integrated Electricity Policy. Those in favor that clauses 3, 4, and 5 stand part of the bill, say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Those in favor that clause 6 on page 16. Clause 7, clause 8, competition during the post-privatization stage. Clause 9, clause 8, declaration of competitive electricity market. Sorry? I'm not at clause 9 yet. I'm at 8 on page 22. And we are considering the second column, not the first one. The 9 in the main extent law is 8. Yes. So those clauses stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. We are now on clause 9, sale and purchase of electricity and ancillary services on page 23. Those who are clause 9, clause 10, clause 11, clause 12, clause 13, clause 14, and clause 15 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Yes.
One is the independent system operator. The other one is transmission. I think the mistake is when they were putting this, because page 67 deals only with the functions of the transmission company. It's no longer that of ISO. The ISO, the functions that are there are comprehensive, and that cover the functions of ISO. So I think it's a mistake on this end. It's only transmission. There are now going to be 2 companies, not TCN. You have TSP, pardon? No. You just cancel what they've said, refer to prejudice, and leave the functions as they have stated here. So cancel that. Refer to functions of delete. It's okay. Yes. That's fine. That's fine. So it's time to delete it. But 17 is amended. Yes. What you have is that you take the initial 18, which is now 17, and continue with it with the functions of the ISO without deleting it. Yes. But the 18, if we read 18 covers it comprehensively. Look at 18. It is the amendment. Yeah, it is 17 now. But what is on 18 covers the distance. So you just delete. Yes. Yeah. 17, yes. Yes, and then you cancel this reference that is made that the function of ISO shall be provided under section 67. You cancel that, you delete that. Return. Yeah, you return that, yeah.
I go back to 16. Those in favor that clause 16 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Those who are clause 17 as amended stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 18 is on page 37. Engagement of technical support. Those who are at clause 18, clause 19, clause 20, on page 40, clause 21, clause 22, clause 23, clause 24, clause 25, clause 26, clause 27, clause 28, clause 29, and clause 30 on page 46 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it.
From 63. So what I'm saying is that to cure what we have just deferred, yes, we can now say subject to the provisions of this particular part to report progress.
I second the motion that the chair reverts to plenary to report progress. I so second.
Say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. The Senate in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Committee on Power on the Electricity Bill 2022 and approved as follows. Long title as recommended. Clause 1 to 16 as recommended. Clause 17 as amended. Clause 18 to 205 as recommended. Clause 206 as amended. Clause 207 to 209 as recommended. Interpretation as recommended. Short title as recommended. Schedules as recommended. Explanatory memorandum as recommended. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the committee of the whole? Thank you. Senate Leader.
Having considered this report, I move that this bill now be read the third time. I so move.
It's a right to second the motion that this bill be now read the third time. I so second. It will be now read the third time. Say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk of the Senate.
A bill for an act to repeal the Electric Power Sector Reform Act 2005 and enact the electricity bill to consolidate the laws relating to the Nigerian electricity supply industry, provide a comprehensive legal and institutional framework for the power sector in Nigeria in the areas of electricity generation, transmission, system operation, distribution, supply, trading, enforcement of consumer rights and obligations, provide for a holistic integrated resource plan and policy that recognizes all sources for the generation, transmission, and distribution of electricity, including the integration of renewable energy to Nigeria's energy mix, attract investment, and for related matters, 2022, third reading.
A bill for an act to repeal the Electric Power Sector Reform Act 2005, consolidate the laws relating to the Nigerian electricity supply industry, and enact the Electricity Act 2022 to provide a comprehensive legal and institutional framework for the post-privatization phase of the power sector in Nigeria in the areas of generation, transmission, distribution, supply, trading, and use of electricity generally, and regulatory measures conducive to a phase-wide development of the Nigerian electricity supply industry across the transitional and medium and long-term market stages, protect interests of consumers, ensure stable supply of electricity to all areas of Nigeria by promoting cost-reflective and service-reflective tariffs, and ensure gradual elimination of subsidies within a specified time frame, stimulate the contribution of renewable energy to Nigeria's energy mix, and establish the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, the Rural Electrification and Renewable Energy Agency, Nigerian Electricity Management Services Agency, and the Electricity Disputes Appeal Tribunal to enhance quick resolution of disputes in the electricity industry and for related matters. Third reading taken, and the bill is passed. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This bill has now been passed for the, we have finished the third reading. I think because of its importance and sensitivity, we would like to see a quick concurrence by the House, because time is of essence as far as Nigeria is concerned when you talk about electricity and energy supplies in Nigeria. So we would like to see that this bill is fully processed in the National Assembly and is sent to the executive side of government for the consideration for assent by Mr. President. We believe that this piece of legislation can change the fortunes of electricity industry in Nigeria for the better. So I congratulate the committee for doing a very, very good job. And of course, those areas of amendment or corrections please, clerk of the committee, work with the secretariat to ensure that everything that we amended or corrected are fully reflected as done by the Senate. Make sure nothing is left out. Thank you very much.
Senate also passed the Information and Communication Technology Cybersecurity Nigerian Startup Bill and the National Social Security Commission Establishment Bill.
The presentation and consideration of the report of the Committee on Establishment and Public Service Matters on the National Social Security Commission Establishment Bill 2022, SB 899. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues will recall that the bill was referred to the committee on Wednesday, 2nd February 2022. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the chairman of the committee. Okay, Jeff. Yes.
I rise to move that the Senate do receive and consider the report of the Committee on Establishment and Public Service on the National Social Security Commission Establishment Bill 2022. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, I so move.
I rise up to second the motion as moved by my colleague. I so second.
Those in favor of the motion that the Senate do receive and consider the report of the Committee on Establishment and Public Service on the National Social Security Commission Establishment Bill 2022, say aye. Those against, any ayes have it. You may let the report, please.
This is a report on the Senate Committee on Establishment and Public Service Matters on a bill for an act to establish the National Social Security Commission and for other matters connected there, 2022. Your Excellency, my dear colleagues, on the 22nd day of February 2022, this bill was read for the second time and referred to this committee. After several meetings of the committee and a public hearing, the committee sat again, and the following objectives of the bill were drawn out. That it seeks to provide a legal and institutional framework for the establishment of the National Social Security Commission for the regulation, management, and administration of varying degrees of social services and benefits to Nigerian citizens. Ultimately, the bill seeks to provide a comprehensive legal and governance framework for the proper administration and management of an all-inclusive, integrated, preventive, promotive, and transformative national social security regime that provides flexible, sustainable, periodic social benefits and grants to eligible indigent Nigerian citizens that are within the scope of the Social Security Minimum Standard Convention. It also seeks, under this bill, the Social Security Commission under this bill shall provide indigent Nigerian citizens with comprehensive, preventive, and or curative medical care from sickness resulting from any morbid condition of whatever cause. It seeks, that is the commission, when established by the leave of this Senate, shall provide a well-structured, impactful, and sustainable social interventions to eligible unemployed Nigerians, old-age Nigerians, and underage children below 18 years resulting from broken marriages and survivors resulting from loss of family breadwinner. The bill also is aimed at engendering an empathetic social system for managing vulnerable Nigerian citizens in categories identified by establishing robust policy and effective organizational structure to promote an inclusive society that regards the dignity of all by supporting the vulnerable in sustainable ways to contribute as much as possible to national human development, economic productivity, social participation, peace and cohesion, and inclusive growth. The bill seeks, amongst other things, the establishment of a just and equitable system for the coordination and implementation of social security and intervention of Nigerians by adopting a systematic and harmonized mechanism to identify eligible beneficiaries, exchange of information with social system, execute execute, monitor, and evaluate the social impacts at various levels of interventions. When established, the Commission shall keep and maintain an up-to-date national database, data bank, and statistics of vulnerable persons or groups in need of support from governmental and non-governmental interventions in social security and administration. Finally, if passed into law, shall put in place a robust, efficient, and transparent, sustainable, and predictable national social security protection funding system. Executive summary of the bill. One of the cardinal policy thrusts of the administration was the provision of social security intervention to indigent and less privileged Nigerians across the board. Unfortunately, the extant federal government social security programs are not properly articulated, coordinated, and implemented due largely to the absence of an effective legal and institutional framework. Hence, the desired societal impacts and results arising from have been minimal and far from satisfactory. This is a well-researched effort aimed at putting in place an effective and efficient legal and institutional structure that will regulate, coordinate, manage, implement, monitor, and evaluate all national and subnational security interventions into harmonious whole with a view to archiving social inclusion and economic empowerment for the vulnerable Nigerians. The bill has received tremendous support and commendation from the general public during the public hearing. The committee hereby found the bill to be timely and important to the socio-economic well-being of Nigerians. The respective provisions of this bill have been analyzed and thoroughly considered in the light of relevant submissions by the stakeholders at the public hearing. Hence, this report is an embodiment of all the relevant inputs and contributions which the committee considered to be of immense value and importance. The clear copy embodying the relevant provisions of the bill as recommended by the committee is hereby attached for consideration. Accordingly, the Committee on Establishment and Public Service hereby recommends that the Senate do consider and pass the bill for an act to establish the National Social Security Commission for regulation, management, and administration of social security benefits and service, and for other matters connected thereto, 2022. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, the committee hereby expresses its profound gratitude to the Senate for being given the opportunity to serve in this capacity. I thank you all.
I move that the Senate do resolve into Committee of the Whole to consider the report. I so move.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor that clause 1 to 10 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Those in favor that clause 11 to 20 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Those in favor that clause 21 to 30 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Those in favor that clause 31 to 40 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Those in favor that clause 41 to 50 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Those in favor that clause 51 to 60 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Those in favor that clause 61 to 70 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Those in favor that clause 71, clause 72 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Those in favor that the interpretation stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Those in favor that the short title on page 24 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Those in favor that the schedule on page 24 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Those in favor that the explanatory memorandum stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Those in favor that the Senate reverse plenary for the charity report progress say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. The Senate and the Committee of the Whole consider the report of the Committee on Establishment and Public Service Matters on the National Social Security Commission Establishment Bill 2022 and approved as follows. Long title as recommended, clause 1 to 72 as recommended, interpretation as recommended, short title as recommended, schedule as recommended, explanatory memorandum as recommended. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the committee of the whole? Thank you. Those in favor of the motion that this will be now read the third time, say aye. Those against, say nay. Ayes have it. Clerk of the Senate.
A bill for an act to establish the National Social Security Commission, NASCOM, for the regulation, management, and administration of social security benefits and services and other related matters, 2022, third reading.
A bill for an act to establish the National Social Security Commission, NASCOM, for the regulation, management, and administration of social security benefits and services and other related matters, 2022, third reading taken, and the bill is passed.
The Federal Nephrology and Kidney Research and Treatment Center, Hadeja, Jigawa State Establishment Bill, sponsored by Senator Ibrahim Hadeja, passed second reading.
Order of the day is the second reading of the Federal Nephrology and Kidney Research and Treatment Center, Hadeja, Establishment Act, Bill 2022. Distinguished senators will recall that the bill was read the first time in this chamber on Tuesday, 10th November 2020. Mr. President, we may wish to invite Senator Ibrahim Hadeja to move the motion for the bill to be read a second time.
This is a lead debate on a bill to establish the National Nephrology and Kidney Research Center, Hadeja, Jigawa State.